Delay. This is the good old Portuguese punctuality. But we're going to start now. Right.
Well, good morning, dear Madam Director, Professor Paula Paixão, dear Josh, dear colleagues. Just a few words before we start introducing our series. Well, during the late 19th century, our founding fathers were debating, maybe in forums like this, without certainly the facilities of YouTube and Zoom connections, if there was any room for still another science, a science that would decode the mysteries of human subjectivity. In other words, an objective approach to subjectivity. All along this project, psychology never ceased to be an interdisciplinary endeavor. The first psychologists were indeed this most curious blend of physicists, philosophers, and physiologists. Over the next decades, psychology alliances in this interdisciplinary project have wavered. First with physicists in psychophysics, then behaviorism in the early 19th century, suggesting an integration mostly methodological with the natural sciences. Later, mid-past century, extending psychology scientific project to linguistics, mathematics, and computer sciences. As well captured by the late John Cacioppo, psychology is indeed a science. Currently, the best departments of psychology around the world, the most successful psychology labs, maintain a programmatic core on psychology as a basic science with a sustained cross-fertilization with the natural sciences and the technologies. Unfortunately, this has not been often the case among us. Psychology science in Portugal continues to be somehow detached from what is now a well-established role of the neurosciences, cognitive sciences, computer science, and technologies in dealing with the inquiry into human and animal subjectivity. The faculty of psychology departments countrywide fall short in the number of faculty, financial resources, and facilities allocated to basic psychological science, let alone in the interfaces with neurosciences, computer sciences, and technologies. This is the reason why George and I decided to put together the new Interdisciplinary Horizons in Psychological Research series, Neopsych for short. The aim is to serve as catalysts for the development of an interdisciplinary science-based psychological research that is centered in modern and cutting-edge developments in science and technology. Topics of these three meetings evolve around three interface domains: molecular and animal neuroscience, which was our inaugural meeting past October, artificial intelligence and computer neuroscience, today's meeting, and cognitive neuroscience and neuroimaging, feature for March 22. For each of these forums, we are bringing together, as you are going to witness today, an impressive and diverse group of international speakers. We ask our guests to present their groundbreaking work in order to illustrate how their research may inspire future developments for psychological research within an interdisciplinary scope. We are grateful first to IBRO, International Brain Research Organization, for generously funding this series, also to the University of Coimbra, and particularly to the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences for hosting Neopsych, in the very same university where the first Portuguese laboratory of experimental psychology was launched. Finally, to our guests for accepting this challenge and share their research and thoughts with us. Let me close with a little known fact. Back in 1894, after 4 years of struggling for existence, the journal Science was sold by $500. In fact, it was a good deal still today. It would be roughly around $15,000. The interesting thing is that the visionary buyer was a psychologist named James Cattell, who settled the journal within one of the most fascinating and successful interdisciplinary projects, the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Let's take this as an inspiration in these holiday seasons, and please enjoy the conference.
Okay. Good morning. Dear organizers, George and Oscar, colleagues and participants, it is a great pleasure for me as Director of the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences of the University of Coimbra to be here today, greeting all of you in this conference, in this set of conferences, New Interdisciplinary Horizons in Psychological Research. Today, the second of a series of international conferences of what will undoubtedly be a seminal event in the recent history of basic psychological research and science, because its ambition, as their proposers say, is to set a standard for what the psychological research arena and its interdisciplinary interfaces in Portugal and elsewhere in the world, I suppose, should be for the upcoming decade. How computational neuroscience and artificial intelligence should impact psychological research is undoubtedly an up-to-date topic, the outcome of which will allow neuroscientists, psychologists, and other researchers to build better models to stimulate the brain and also to generate a more precise understanding of mechanisms in the brain that generate human cognition and behavior. The debate over this and other similar topics is representative of a wider discussion. Just we have heard from Oscar, of a wider discussion that is becoming central to our institutions. It has begun here in our department, namely schools, faculties, our psychological departments. What should be the focus of our research and in the training of our students in the present and in the near future? In a point in time where we are restructuring our courses and reorganizing our research units or programs for many reasons, but also and maybe mainly to align them with the learning and research programs of high reputation universities, teaching psychology courses on the first, second, and third cycle levels. This kind of conferences can be thought of as a rather unique and privileged opportunity to launch, inform, and innovate such a debate. At least this is certainly my opinion. There will not be a consensus and many controversies will arise, but the stage is set for a dispute concerning the role of basic and applied research in the training programs and what their balance should be in framing psychological studies in the present and in the near future. As a director of the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences, I am honored for having the opportunity to stage this series of important events. Professors Jorge Almeida and Oscar Gonçalves have certainly made distinctive contributions to the research and also the teaching in cognitive and psychological neurosciences at the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences of the University of Coimbra since their arrival here, which has been followed by a fruitful path that has culminated thus far with the funding and development of innovative research projects within the ProAction Lab, of which they are the principal researchers. It was recently added to the original research lines proposed by Jorge Almeida, its founder, a new line of research, the Conscious and Mental Awareness Research Group, which is already providing a new path to the studying of neurosciences and neuropsychology of consciousness. I am also very impressed and delighted that you were able to bring together, and in person, a group of distinguished researchers coming from Portugal, the Netherlands, Spain, and USA. I think I am not wrong. Thank you.
Spain.
Catalonia? Okay.
No, it's not Spain.
It's Spain? Okay. Thank you for having decided to travel to our country and to Coimbra, and thus being able to more easily contact with us, with all the participants, although this event is also being available on stream, reaching a vast number of potential participants all over the world. I hope that you really enjoy this second international conference in the series, and sincerely hope that it will have an impact on further research projects and ideas that will be carried on. Enjoy this day, your stay in Coimbra, and if this is the case, in Portugal. Thank you.
Okay, so it's my turn now, it seems. First of all, thank you for being here. And again, I'm sorry for the delay. We had some technical issues. Most importantly, you guys are here, and we can start this conference and discuss some of the topics that we think should be part of what happens in a psych department, and certainly what happens in psych departments around the world. A special thank you to the speakers, not only those that are here personally, and that it's good to be back to this kind of meetings with people that actually come from outside and we can be with them, but also obviously those that unfortunately could not be here, although I know they wanted to, but they will be through Zoom, which is something we're all used now to do. So in the first meeting we discussed animal models, both neuroscience and behavior, and the importance of these models in how we understand behavior and the mind. And certainly that's an area that has suffered a lot in the past years, not just neuroscience, but also behavioral science with animal models. Today we're going to speak about a different kind of techniques that can be and should be used in order for us to understand how the mind works, how we work. And that is, the likes of computational neuroscience and artificial intelligence. And as Oscar put it all correctly, and it just laid out what is the panorama in Portugal. Certainly, psych departments do not have people in the fields of, very few in the fields of neuroscience. And when I say few, I say 2 people in a number of faculty that goes around 50 to 60. This is the average across Portuguese psych departments. So you can imagine that if there's 2 cognitive neuroscientists, there's at most 2 computational neuroscientists. And that's not the case. There's actually fewer than that, obviously. So this is an area that we think, it's not about what we think, it's about what we see in other departments. It's an area that we should focus on, because certainly it will give us a lot of insights into how the mind works. And anyway, without any further ado, I just want to thank the speakers. I'm going to introduce them a little bit. We have 3 speakers in the morning. They're going to be talking about, obviously, their fantastic work, and they're going to showcase why we think we should have this kind of work in the psych departments in Portugal. And so today we have 3 people in the morning. Marie, thank you very much for coming. Marie is a associate professor at Tilburg University in the Netherlands. She has gotten her PhD at University of Amsterdam, where I guess she met Raquel, is that it? Okay, and we didn't know that, serendipity. And she now works on cognitive science and artificial intelligence, and that's one of the reasons why she's here. Also because of her work, fantastic work on perceptual processes, on AI, which, as I said, a topic that we really want to go into. And so I'm very glad she's here. Then we'll have Raquel Fernandez. She is currently at University of Amsterdam, and the interesting part also is that it's not just about psychology in a very narrow sense. It's about linguistics also. It's about how we generate speech, how we understand words, and how the mind works, which includes, obviously, cognitive science includes clearly linguistics. It's one of the major parts of linguistics. So again, we have computational linguistics here, which is an important part of what we want to showcase. Raquel is an associate professor, as I said, at the University of Amsterdam, and she's going to be talking about computational linguistics. And then we'll finish with Kendrick Kay. Kendrick is at the University of Minnesota. He is a computational neuroscientist. He's done a lot of work on vision, amazing work on vision, on how we understand stuff. He's now moving perhaps towards more, we were discussing that yesterday about tasks and how tasks also, tasks on linguistic stuff, for instance, and how that can also be a handle into how we understand the mind and the brain. Thank you for coming. You won the prize. You came from the US, so it's far, far away. Thank you for that. Together, these three speakers, you're going to see, I don't have to say this, but you're going to see that they're amazing. And I'm sure you're going to learn a lot from them. I'm very excited to have them here. And without any further ado, we're going to start with Marie. Thank you very much. Marie, the floor is yours. Thank you.
One minor correction. So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to come to the beautiful city of Coimbra and this university. The title of my talk is AI Methods and Techniques in Service of Research on Attention and Perception. My name is Marie Posma, and I'm from the Department of Cognitive Science and Artificial Intelligence at Tilburg University in the Netherlands. I don't know if you know about Tilburg University. It's a relatively small university that's located in the south of the Netherlands. So I included a map here, so just so that you get an idea. And the Netherlands is a very small country, so pretty much everything is an hour away from Amsterdam, but we're in the south, close to the Belgian border. It's a public university that's specialized in economics, law, social and behavioral sciences, digital sciences, theology, and humanities. It was established in 1927, so it's a baby in comparison to this university, if you can imagine. It has about 20,000 students and international staff, and that's particularly the case for our department. So if there are students in the room here, or if there are students watching online, please check it out. Maybe it's a place that you would like to visit. Myself, I'm head of Department of Cognitive Science and Artificial Intelligence. That's even more of a baby because it's a department that was established in 2017. However, it grew rather quickly, so at the moment we have about 70 researchers, including PhDs, who are working on 4 research themes, very broadly defined: human-AI interaction, deep learning for perception, computational linguistics, and autonomous agents and gaming. And they do that in collaboration with others, so we have various institutes or organizations that actually support us in our work. I would like to mention Mind Labs because it is a collaborative environment where we work with public parties and commercial organizations on topics that have to do with the theme of this conference and also the 4 research themes in our department. Actually, one of the projects that I will mention today is situated in Mind Labs. We have a wonderful virtual reality lab that's at the moment being rebuilt, but if you would like to visit, then sometime in the spring it should be open again. That it really has state-of-the-art equipment to conduct VR research. And we work together with the Technical University in Eindhoven in the context of the Hieronymus Academy of Data Science on topics that have to do with data science and how to deal with complex data sets. We also have 3 educational programs, again, information that might be relevant for the students here, a bachelor in cognitive science and artificial intelligence, a 2-year master in this area, and a 1-year master in data science and society. So that by means of introduction, so that you know where I'm coming from. What is my research about? So very broadly, what I like to do in my research is to apply AI methods and techniques on topics, traditional topics in cognitive science. And what does that mean? That means that we actually use computational models that are provided to us by artificial intelligence research in order to fit them on cognitive data. And these cognitive data is coming to us from different sources. So we use behavioral data, questionnaire-based data, neurophysiological data, etc. And the advantage of these models is that we can actually combine them quite well, and we can pre-process these variables or these features in a sound way. So here you have a figure that's adapted from a very nice overview article that appeared this year by Sidney de Mello and his colleagues. And that's a bit of an architecture so that you can imagine how such a computational model would work, perhaps compared to the models that you're used to. And I took the example of mind wandering because that's a topic that some of you recognize, and it's a topic that we have worked on quite a bit. So typically you would start with data, and in this case the data might be eye movements. You would pre-process them so that you actually get meaningful features from these. So for mind wandering, perhaps number of fixation or fixation duration might be of interest. Then you would apply some algorithms, and typically you don't just apply one, but you apply a bunch so that you can see which one performs the best. So here in the figure that's borrowed from the article by Sidney de Mello, you see that there are different ones: support vector machine, a decision tree, neural network, convolutional neural network. So there can be many kinds of algorithms. And then these algorithms would actually help you predict your target variable that you're trying to estimate. And in our case, that's mind wandering. Now, I think the most crucial difference between the classical psychological models and these computational models is that the computational models are trained and tested on different subsets of the data set. So we typically create the best fit on seen data, on training data, but then we apply this model on unseen data, on holdout data, in order to create a model that's robust, that's generalizable, that can actually also work for data that the model was not familiar with. So that's an important distinction, and particularly for real world applications, this might be of interest, and we often try to work on models, or we try to create models that we can use for real world applications potentially, that we can implement in the real world. Another thing that's nice about this architecture, or about this division into training and test data, or training, validation, and test data, is that we can actually also create models that are robust in the sense that they generalize over users. And particularly for mind wandering, but I can imagine also for other psychological variables or cognitive variables, this might be of interest. Because we see that there are big individual differences. We have individual baselines, we have perhaps variables that we're unaware of, but that we have the feeling somehow contributes to how people deal with mind wandering, or what their behavioral displays are of mind wandering. And for that, this architecture offers us the possibility to leave one participant out. So that's the strange abbreviation here, LOPOCV. CV stands for cross-validation. And what this does is that when we train the model, we actually leave fully one participant out from the training. And then we can use that participant for the validation, or we can use that participant for testing. And in that sense, we create models that perhaps have a lower accuracy as such, but that are generalizable to unseen participants. So that's an interesting feature. Now, again, another comparison that you could make between these computational models and kind of classical models in psychology is that of theory. In psychology, when we use, for instance, linear regression in the classical sense, then we would typically start with some kind of theoretical commitment. We have an idea which variables we actually want to put in the model, which variables we think contribute theoretically, and then we're basically testing this prediction. The computational models tend to have fewer theoretical commitments. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have none. So it's not like we're just throwing algorithms on our data and we're happy when something comes out. Of course, we are also trying to understand the underlying model or the underlying theory, but in principle, these models require fewer theoretical commitments. They typically result in higher accuracy, and that of course has to do with the fact that we usually try to test out different stages in the modeling. We try to test out how to achieve the highest accuracy possible. And here we do not compare to significance, is this model significant, but we actually compare to some baseline. And this baseline might be provided from past research, people who already created such a model, and now we're comparing whether our performance is better, or it could be a random model that we just apply on the data, and then we want to see whether our model performs better than that. And these models focus on prediction, so they are not necessarily focused on explanation. We are not necessarily looking for, causal relations between the variables that we use as input and the target variable, but we're interested in predicting future events, if you want. And that's why this test-out data, this hold-out data set is of importance. And then, of course, deep learning architectures that are currently being used on huge data sets, but I can assure you also on smaller data sets, so it's not just a type of endeavor that requires huge amounts of data. They are the least theoretically committed. They are perhaps also the ones that are least interpretable, but there is a considerable amount of work on trying to make them interpretable as well. And they tend to be complex, but don't have to be. And I will talk about deep learning a little bit later. By the way, in terms of time, will you give me a signal when I'm running out? Okay. So I already mentioned mind wandering, and mind wandering, as I think many of you know, is defined as episodes of self-generated thoughts. These self-generated thoughts may be task unrelated. They can also be task-related, for instance, when we're monitoring our performance, but in the classical sense of mind wandering, they would be task-unrelated. They also are often unintentional, even though they might be intentional, but again, in the classical sense, they would kind of be thoughts that are interfering with the task at hand. So they can also be detrimental to the task at hand. And you can imagine that if you're lost in your thoughts and you're performing some task that actually requires your attention, then maybe things will go wrong. It's not just bad for mind wandering, because we also know that mind wandering might support creativity. And if you're interested in that, and if you like jazz, then I invite you to read the study from this year that was written by Oscar and his colleagues about creativity, mind wandering, and jazz musicians. So that will give you more of a positive perspective on this phenomenon. Now, mind wandering is an interesting thing to study, because we have this feeling that if we can actually detect when a person that's engaged in a task is mind wandering, this might be a moment to interfere, create a nudge, do something so that we bring their attention back to the task at hand. And presumably there are some cues that can actually help us do that. And these cues might be behavioral cues, so it might be something that we can actually observe, or maybe observe as human observers, but they can also be neurophysiological cues. And these might be measured through eye tracking for behavioral signals, through EEG. And typically in these studies that look at mind wandering, this is a tricky phenomenon, kind of typical for cognitive science. We're trying to access something that's in the brain, right? And the only thing we can do that is if we actually ask the person that's performing such a task. So most of the studies on mind wandering that are trying to find signals to these episodes are using either self-caught reports of mind wandering or some kind of probe-based method. And from what we know from the literature, this might sound a little bit unreliable perhaps to some of you, but from what we know in the literature, this seems to be quite a reliable measure to estimate when a person is mind wandering. Mind wandering has been researched in many studies across tasks. So the tasks, would involve typically For lab studies, people would use SART, where they would look at things like lower accuracy and reaction times that might be longer or variable. Go, no-go tasks, oddball, and other tasks. Again, a study by Oscar and his team from 2018 used another task. And reading. And in reading, mind wandering during reading is actually an interesting thing, because sometimes, perhaps when you study, you have this experience that you're reading a page and you're reading, and you get lost in your thoughts. And before you notice, you're at the end of the page. So for studying, this would be detrimental, but we also read books for fun, right? And as you can imagine, sometimes when you're mind wandering while you're reading a novel, this might actually increase your enjoyment of reading the novel. So there's also something to be said for this creative process that we are engaged in when we're reading, for fun. In any case, across these tasks, what people report in studies that have been published is that there is a decrease in alertness. So when we get lost in our thoughts, we are not as alert to the perceptual phenomena around us. And the sensory processing is inhibited, perhaps inhibited. Let's just call it inhibited. This is sometimes called perceptual decoupling in the mind-wandering literature. So those will be the moments when somebody's talking to you and you don't hear what they say, or you're walking on the street and you're so lost in thoughts that you bump into things because you just don't see them. So that's very interesting, right, from a perceptual perspective, and we have experts here today who are specialized in perceptual phenomena. The fact that we can actually receive all this perceptual input and it doesn't get processed, that's a fascinating thing about the human brain, I think. We know also from fMRI studies that during these mind-wandering episodes there is something going on, and it's been particularly linked to the default mode network. There are some computational models of the fMRI data, also in combination with other factors like pupil size that might be interesting to have a look at. Now, what we did in our studies is that we looked at mouse tracking. And mouse tracking is not that you're at your home and you're trying to track the mouse that's been stealing your bread. It's actually about the movement. Why is it interesting to look at hand movements in this context? Well, we have some suggestions. We can actually make the assumption based on the literature that hand movements or movements in general are somehow reflective of cognitive processes. So particularly when you think about reach trajectories, getting from point A to point B, and you don't even need to think about hand movements. You can think about walking from point A to B and being lost in thoughts. Well, what's going to happen? Maybe at some points you will walk faster. Maybe at some points you will walk slower. There is a chance that you will lose your way. So think about also driving, when you're getting from point A to B and suddenly you deviate from your route. So the trajectory might be longer. There might perhaps be moments when you speed up because you realize that you need to do something, but you're not paying attention to where you go, etc. So in this case, what we're doing is we're not letting people walk from one point to another, even though that's something that is definitely interesting to do in the future, but we have them move their computer mouse. So let me tell you about the research of my PhD student, Mariana Diaz da Silva, who also had the pleasure to come here for a research visit. In the first study that we did, where we looked at mouse tracking, at mouse movement, we had a task where we had people indeed to move with a computer mouse from point A to point B. So let me explain a little bit how that worked. We had about 270 participants, and we used an established task that's called the operation span task, where we actually introduced an extra load because we were also interested in issues having to do with working memory. And the extra task is that people have to remember letters. And while they're remembering the letters that we presented to them, they need to solve math equations. They're not very complicated, so sometimes our participants were a bit stressed beforehand when they read the instructions and they told us, I'm not good at math. Well, this is very simple math, but it still requires some resources, and they have to answer true or false. And that's the trajectory that we're interested in. So the computer mouse starts at a fixed point, and then it goes either left in the upper left corner or the upper right corner. And what we assumed was that, mouse tracking might be an interesting thing to look at, because this is something that we all do, at least in the Western world. We all use a computer mouse across ages, across populations. It's something that is very non-invasive, so we don't need an eye tracker, we don't need an EEG, we don't need an fMRI scanner. All we require is somebody perhaps studying online, performing these kinds of tasks. And it could be a school task for elementary school kids. It could be something that students at university do. They would be moving the mouse around, and these fine motor movements would be tracked. Now, so this OSPAN task was divided into sets, and after each set, we asked participants a question about their mind wandering. We said, were you focused on the task? And actually quite a high percentage of the time, people were focused on the task. Almost 70% of the time, they reported they were focused. Or we asked them, were you focused on your performance on the task? So that would be this kind of self-monitoring, mind-wandering, where people are thinking, am I performing well? Did I do that well? I just made a mistake, I should focus more, etc. So this is not necessarily detrimental to their performance. And that was about 20% of the time. And we didn't have actually that many task-unrelated thoughts. So a bit less than 10% of the time, people were really thinking about something else. And this is because this was a task that on the one hand was quite simple, but it was kind of engaging, and people wanted to do well. So that's why we got this unbalanced data set. Now, we analyzed it many different ways, and I'm only presenting the numbers for one of the models that we ran. And that is a model that was fitted on the imbalanced data, so without using any techniques to balance. And we had, what you see here in the figure upright, are the mouse tracking features that we extracted from the mouse data. And these are quite a lot of features. They're statistical derivatives, and they express something about the velocity, the acceleration, the trajectory, how much it deviates from the straight line from point A to B, etc. Just for the purposes of this talk, I'm going to give a quick summary of which features were of importance. And perhaps that will kind of resonate with your intuition about how you behave when you are mind-wandering and you're walking somewhere. So our results indicated that maximum velocity, reaction times, and deviation from the direct path, so that's the MADs here, and also acceleration measures were of importance for mind-wandering prediction. And our model, so we tried out 5 different algorithms, naive Bayes, which is a very, very simple model, linear discriminant analysis, Skinner's neighbor, Strebeck, and random forests. And actually the random forests and the linear discriminant analysis perform the best when compared to the random model. And what we tried to do was actually to predict all the 3 categories. So you can imagine that for mind-wandering, for the task unrelated thoughts, this was, this was kind of tough because we we didn't have that much data to go by. But we also tried to balance out the data. If you're interested in details, I invite you to read the paper. Now, in the second task, we did we focused on mouse tracking, but now we used a different task. And the rationale here was that, first of all, we saw in the OSPAN task that we didn't get many episodes of mind-wandering because people were pretty focused. And also what we were interested in was a different kind of motor movement, one that would be very fine-grained, where we would actually require people to move their hand, to move their mouse, in a kind of fine motor movement across the screen. Why might this be interesting? Well, we think that it actually compares quite well to some real-world tasks that we're engaged in. So think about when you're driving, and you've been driving for a long time, and you actually need to adjust the steering wheel in a pretty fine way in order to stay on the road. And this might be a moment where you also deviate from your attention, your attention dwindles and you start focusing on some internal thoughts. So for this we used an oddball tracking task, and we know from the literature that performing this tracking of the moving ball on the screen actually requires pretty accurate motor performance that's typically associated with greater intermittency, so kind of corrections for the movements. So the movement is not necessarily very smooth. It's not like I just indicated with my hand, you know, like an orchestra orchestra conductor who would be having these movements. No, it's more kind of chunked and correcting for the movement of the ball. One of the rationale for choosing this task was we really wanted to have more mind-wandering data. And this task was a task that we subjected our participants to for 50 minutes. It was incredibly boring, and we actually had to throw away, I think, 1 or 2 participants because they fell asleep while they were engaged in it. So they were the people who fell asleep behind the steering wheel. Literature predicts that the longer you are engaged in a task that's boring, you know, that's monotonous, the higher the chance that people would actually engage in mind-wandering. For this task, because it was so long, we had 45 participants. We also measured EEG here, but I'm not going to be talking about that today. And we got what we wanted. So now we had about 40% of our episodes were actually mind-wandering episodes. Now we analyzed not just, you know, the mouse tracking features like in the previous task and tried to model them computationally, but we also looked at the overall incidence of mind-wandering. And we noticed that we did indeed get a peak in mind-wandering somewhere, you know, in after 1/3 of the task. But we also noticed that as people were about to finish, their attention again increased, and these were cases where we had lower incidence of mind-wandering. And overall, the focused attention was actually higher than mind-wandering. Now, I don't know if you can see these tiny numbers here. I also don't want to kill you with numbers. So let me just tell you what's important here. We again looked at different measures to evaluate the performance of our model, and we were happy to score better than the random model. We used the same algorithms as in the previous study, and in this case, we actually found that the naive Bayes algorithm performed the best. And again, if you're interested in details, you can have a look at the published paper. So this was an example of how we can use computational models that come to us, you know, pretty vanilla models, not very complicated models that come to us from machine learning. And I already mentioned deep learning, and deep learning is, of course, deep learning architectures is one of the reasons why AI has been making such rapid advances in many areas of artificial intelligence that were kind of considered impossible for artificial intelligence, things like perception. And the advantage of these deep networks is that they're very self-sufficient. So they can learn end to end. That means that you don't really need to do a lot of feature engineering beforehand, or you don't need to make a lot of theoretical assumptions about your data before you apply the model on the data. So this has been particularly successful in object recognition, in image processing, which was traditionally, you know, an AI task that people said, well, this is something that is one of these tasks that AI will never be good at, and, you know, a small kid can do it. Well, it turns out that AI can do it pretty well as well if we use these deep network architectures. And like I said, it doesn't require a lot of pre-processing, so for the training, you know, some hand-labeled input might be interesting, but very often we don't even need that. And that's interesting, for instance, for dealing with EEG signal. Now, what's fun about the deep learning architectures is that we know from the literature that at least for some types of data, when we apply the deep neural nets, there are some plausible representations that emerge. So the deep learning nets would have several layers in their architecture, and these layers might actually correspond to representations that we know are there in human brain. And one example where this has been shown repeatedly, and what I'm citing here is a well-known study in this area by our colleagues from Radboud University, Marcel van Gerwen and his colleague from 2014, who reported this for ImageNet data. That's a famous data set, a labeled data set for object that's used in object recognition for AI. What they did was that they trained a neural network on this data, and they made very few assumptions a priori. And that's, like I said, that's the beauty of the deep learning architecture, that you don't have to make a lot of theoretical assumptions beforehand. And what they noticed was that the architecture that they received, the full network, or the successful architecture, actually modeled something that we know about image processing in the human brain, where you know that at the lowest level in the ventral stream, at V1, the neurons would respond to something like edge orientation, kind of similar to Gabor wavelets. So that would be what you see in the column on the left. These very simple lines, you know, like in the classical experiments on cat visual processing by Hubel and Wieser. And then later on in the stages in the deep neural network and also in the ventral stream, we see that there are neurons that are more invariant to transformations, that can respond to complex shapes like object parts or even objects. They trained the CNN, the deep convolutional neural network, using the bold hemodynamic responses, and they had quite a few images to train on, to play with, 1.2 million complex natural images. And they were labeled, they were hand-labeled with 1,000 object categories. So this image net data set is really widely used because of that. It's quite substantial, it's, it's well labeled, and it's available for research. So what can we do with the deep neural nets for mind wandering? I already mentioned EEG analysis, and if you ever worked with EEG data, you know how much time it takes to pre-process the data. On the other hand, EEG is interesting for a lot of tasks, also for mind wandering, because we know from past studies that it's associated with perceptual decoupling. And I already told you that perceptual decoupling, so not really attending to the perceptual stimuli in your environment, is something that is very often associated with mind wandering. Just to give you a bit of an idea, so for instance, in some studies, they found that for episodes of mind wandering, there was a reduced P1 and increased alpha power at the parietal occipital regions, which would go hand in hand with inhibited visual processing. Now, we are not the only ones who do these types of studies with EEG and using machine learning models. So even forgetting about deep learning, there are some models that successfully predict mind wandering from EEG data. And this is just one reference, but you can find quite a few other articles. What's interesting and why I want to mention this particular study is because they actually compared the performance of support vector machines, so that's one of these algorithms in machine learning, with both a linear and nonlinear kernel, and they actually found that the nonlinear support vector machine performed better, and that I think is something that gives us insights into the type of data that we're dealing with here. But also, it seems that we can successfully apply convolutional neural nets on EEG signals, and both clean and raw. And in this study that I'm not citing here, but it's a study by Marieke van Vught, our colleagues from Groningen University. They actually found out that using raw EEG data might even work better for the convolutional neural networks. So that's really good news, because that would mean that we don't need to spend so much time, and there's so much time on pre-processing, and also that this ad hoc element that's often actually present in the cleaning of the EEG data can be solved. So that's something that we're definitely going to look at as well. Now I want to, I don't know how much time I have, 5 minutes. So I want to quickly mention another project that we're working on that also makes use of deep neural nets. And that's a totally different story than mind wandering. It's actually deep learning for speech synthesis. Because I'm in a department that also works on human AI interaction, we are very much interested in the possibilities offered by virtual reality, not just for cognitive science research, but also for real-life applications. And one thing that we're trying to develop in various contexts, it could be for education, it could be for medical training, and it could also be for training of personnel in human resources or in management. We're trying to create artificial agents in virtual reality that are interactive, that can actually interact with the user and provide feedback or create an interactive situation that the user can learn from. Generation of natural speech is very, very important for that. And, for a long time, this was something that people were working on, but that was not entirely impressive. Most of the time, for many years, people were using concatenative synthesis, so they had some kinds of units of speech, and they were concatenating them together, and sometimes it went better, sometimes it went worse. We all know this from our old GPS navigators that we had in our cars, where, sometimes it sounded smooth, but most of the time it was a bit clumsy. Now, at some point, this concatenation was replaced with WaveNet that took as inputs linguistic features, predicted log fundamental frequency, and phoneme durations. And that actually sounded better, but it was still quite time consuming because what was needed was really, really a lot of labels of the data that were fed into the WaveNet. So in 2018 or around 2018, Google actually came up with a solution to that with Google Tachytron, which is something that we use in the development of our agents, where they actually applied the deep learning methods on creating a sequence-to-sequence architecture that did not require this pre-processing. They still use the WaveNet vocoder because it's actually quite successful at the end stage of the speech synthesis. But for the input text, they used they actually used several convolutional layers, several deep learning networks along the path until they got to the MEL spectrogram that was then fed into the WaveNet that was able to create the samples. And this is a lot of detail that I'm not going to go into. I just want to tell you what we apply it in. So in the project, or one of the projects that we work on, and the reason I mention it is because there are some students of Oscar who might actually recognize this topic. We focus on short-term impact of the overview effect on learning, and then particularly learning in the K-12 population, so in kids that are in elementary school and that are learning technical subjects. And I don't know what it's like in Portugal, but in the Netherlands, kids typically don't like to learn STEM subjects, so we're trying to think of ways to make it more fun for them and to increase the learning gains. Now, the overview effect is a fascinating thing. If this is the first time that you see this term, then I encourage you to look it up and to read some books about that. They are mostly written by astronauts, because this is actually an effect that was reported by astronauts who went into outer space. And they were looking at the Earth from the outside, and they had an experience that's typically described as an experience that's transcended their horizon, that was really life-changing. They suddenly realize how interconnected everything is, how small the Earth is, how fragile, and they come back and they want to do something to to improve sustainability, to protect the environment, also to work on connections between people. So it's just a lot of good, right? And the overview effect is very closely connected with an emotion that I think is the most fascinating emotion among human emotions, and that's the emotion of awe. And the reason why I think it's fascinating is because it's an emotion that's related to scientific inquiry. So as a scientist, there are these moments when you're completely elated because you discover something, or you read something new, and it totally changes your perspective on a phenomenon, and that's when you feel awe. And awe is also interesting for learning, because it's been found that it actually, particularly for science learning, it improves learning gains and rapid knowledge acquisition. And that is because a very integral part of the emotion is need for accommodation. So when confronted with something that's awesome, you feel the need to accommodate this information, and it really leads to belief revision or belief change that's rapid and that's enormous. Luckily, in order to experience the overview effect and the associated awe, we don't need to go to ISS. We can also just use virtual reality for that, and there are non-interactive VR environments that were created, not just in the course, in the context of our project, but also by other labs, for instance, in Italy and in the US, where they actually replicate this experience. And what we do in our project is we test the learning gains that are linked to this experience. This is a joint project with Professor Max Lauwerser from Tilburg University and our PhDs Anna Van Limp Broers and Ladouana Dai and other colleagues. And in the context of this project, what we're actually developing now, what we're working on is an artificial agent that's very, very realistic. So it has very high human likeness. That's because we're using photogrammetry for that. We want to have very natural text-to-speech synthesis using Google Tektron with the deep learning architecture there, and facial movement generation and agent dialogue systems, something that Raquel knows quite a bit about, and where we are, in all these areas, deep learning will come handy. Here you have a picture of one of the events that are associated with this project that I just told you about. When we create the overview effect in kids, there's actually a whole racket that comes to their school, and they go inside and they get a virtual reality headset and they are really immersed in the environment. The person that guides them through the environment is a Dutch astronaut that they, recognize and know. So it's a fantastic experience. I'm gonna skip through this very, very quickly, but just in general, if you're interested in deep learning, I think it's good to know that there are some advantages to it and also some disadvantages, but there are a lot of people who are working on solving the disadvantages. So like I said, deep learning doesn't require a lot of assumptions, and that's actually nice. It's been used also for phenomena like short-term memory and trying to model what's happening in the prefrontal cortex. I'm gonna skip this, but if you're interested, there is a paper that appeared recently in Nature Neuroscience that's called "If Deep Learning is the Answer, Then What is the Question?" That gives you a lot of information that might be interesting for you from a neurocognitive perspective, and also kind of arguing for combining deep learning architecture with more theoretical assumptions and demonstrating that this can actually lead to better results, for instance, for visual object recognition when we try to use something at the front end that's a little bit more realistic of the coding properties of neurons in the artificial network, but also in the brain. So to sum up, I think that computational models for cognitive research or for cognitive neuroscience might have lots of advantages. Apart from the ones that I mentioned in the beginning, also the fact that they're suitable for nonlinear data, particularly data that may be coming from different sources of measurement. They provide additional performance metrics, and that might be interesting if you have imbalanced data. And they're very good at increasing accuracy and generalizability of the resulting model. Deep learning architectures are fun because they save us time. They can be used for end-to-end analysis, and they potentially eliminate the need for time-costly pre-processing, even though adding some theoretical assumptions might actually improve their performance. And they are also interesting for people who are working on human-AI interaction and who want to see what's happening in the brain in these situations when we're interacting not with other humans, but we're interacting with agents in a VR environment. Thank you for your attention. Are there questions?
Thanks, Marie, for this fascinating presentation and inspiring questions. Yeah, go ahead. Well, I'm going to ask someone with a microphone because we need to have people on the cyberspace to get the sound.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It's very interesting. Can you hear me? With
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
I was wondering, you said from your studies, it looked like the best accuracy was around 66%, yeah? So for a real world application, that's probably too low. No, we're thinking like, in here we use a lot of these models to predict epileptic crisis, so convulsions.
Mhm.
And obviously if you have an accuracy around that, that would be very frustrating for the patient. So what would be a good accuracy that then you could use in real world models?
Yeah, so good accuracy, or the perfect accuracy is something that's hardly achieved. For the 66%, this was leaving one participant out. So I think that's actually relevant to include in the story, because that means that the model is generalizable to unseen participants and wouldn't require any pre-training. If we add the pre-training, so if we actually just have already seen data for that participant, the accuracy increases. But depending on, if it's for a real-world application, this might be kind of playing unfair. It's better than random, but it's not as high as we would like for real-world applications. However, it's coming just from a single signal. So if we would combine information coming from different sources, the accuracy might increase. So that's what we're actually working on now, because for one of the tasks, we have both EEG data and mouse tracking data. So it will be interesting to see how far we can get with that. We know that for other studies when they, for instance, combined fMRI data with eye gaze data, they achieved a much higher accuracy. So.
Thank you. But for like a real world application, you probably would be difficult to acquire lots of different data sets at the same time, isn't it? So
yeah, so for EEG, I think, it's interesting to look at things like the emotive headset, which is something that can be acquired, for instance, in combination with VR. We use traditional EEG setup because we wanted to have good measurements, but I think that, there are people who would argue that emotive might be just as interesting to look at. For really classroom setups, I think that the question to ask is, do we need perfect accuracy? If we're thinking of nudges, if we're thinking of ways to actually attract the attention of the user that are non-invasive. And this might be something like, a subtle change in the color of the computer screen, some subtle signal, auditory signal that doesn't really distract from the task, but that, might not intervene even if people are on task. So, and for other applications, we work on medical data, for instance, as well. Our colleagues work quite a bit, applying deep learning or machine learning on medical data. They typically conclude that human intervention is needed. So it's always a collaboration of, AI, so the model, and the human user, because they typically bring in different perspectives. So,
thank you.
But it's a good question. More questions, either from the audience or from home? There's another one over there.
So, good morning. Thank you for your lovely presentation. I wanted to ask you about the EEG, and my question is a little bit related to the previous one. So I wanted to know if when you applied the SVMs to EEG data to predict if subjects were mind-wandering or not, if you fed all time scales to it, or if you selected between time scales and analyzed different time scales and see...
Yeah, we looked at different time scales. You mean in the interval preceding the report of mind wandering. So in our study, what we did was we looked at various intervals, starting with 20 milliseconds to 5. Yeah. 20 milliseconds, seconds, sorry.
It were moments that the subjects could be mind-wandering, and you try to predict with their EEG data if they were mind wandering?
Yeah, at the moment where we actually ask them to probe, we don't know how long they have been mind wandering. So that's why looking at different intervals preceding the probe is relevant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So going more directly to my question, are there different time scales that are more informative if they are mind wandering or not? For example, the first 100 milliseconds, for example. Is this in the case of event-related tasks? I don't know if you applied also event-related tasks, but you talked about P1, so I guess that
we did both actually. I think that what makes it tricky. So of course, ideally, you would like to know what's the course, for instance, for the EEG measurements over an episode of mind wandering. But since we're kind of destined to work with the self-reported data, this is very difficult because it's always retrospective. And we don't know how long the interval is over which it's been taking place. We can look at the perceptual decoupling and try to associate it with, but that's kind of circular, right? Because we're now determining that we do see perceptual decoupling, which is actually increasing because in this particular study, we also asked participants to estimate their intensity. And we see that the perceptual decoupling is correlated with increased intensity of mind wandering. So it's not the case that it's either there or it's gone. But like I said, that's kind of circular because we're assuming, we're looking for that phenomenon, not taking it as a starting point. So I think this is a question that is very, very difficult to answer. You could go by one source of information, taking cues from one type of data in order to establish these episodes of mind wandering, but the self-reported element is always going to intervene with, with a really objective conclusion.
Yes, you always have that to trust that they were mind wandering. What they report, it's congruent with what really happened,
but the interval, the length of the interval is of course the issue here, right? So we
Yes.
don't know. We can kind of look at the trials. So for most of these cases, we also have an idea of the length of the trial. There are moments in the oddball task where we know that they probably were focused because there's something happening on the screen that really attracts their attention, but we don't know that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There's still a final question here.
How do you think a child learns to report if she's mind wandering or not? How do you learn that?
So when we ask this question to participants, we explain to them what we mean. In general, how do we learn that about ourselves? I would assume that there is some kind of negative reinforcement mechanism. So we are punished for moments when we mind wander. That would be my hunch, that this is something that we develop, based on all the experiences that we have throughout the day. I don't know, somebody estimated it's something like 30,000 experiences. Some of them are going to be mind-wandering experiences, and if they're associated with punishment, we stumble and fall, or we break something, we lose something, then this type of mechanism that could be modeled with reinforcement learning might be the way to model it. How do you think we do that?
Well, I don't know, but if you think about how a child learns to report she's in pain, you observe external behaviors, but there is no guarantee that inside there is always something invariant that you could learn to label. So I don't know first how much of your data are tracking unreliability of the report or variation in the report, because that goes to the issue of how you learn to, without a verbal community, you cannot learn accurately to report whether something is hurting, what sort of pain that is, the vocabulary that we learn, different cultures learn differently. So it's a huge problem, how we report internal states accurately.
I agree. And this is, this is indeed, this is a point that's been that's been made repeatedly in the literature on mind wandering, which is actually about attention, right? Are you paying attention or not? I think we do learn to report that, and we do learn to recognize it in ourselves in some kind of self-monitoring mechanism that is relevant for us when we perform a lot of real-world tasks, because we notice that the self-monitoring, so it doesn't have to be verbalized externally, it can also just be verbalized internally, right, using our inner voice. I think it is something that we develop because it's very relevant for us to have this metacognitive strategy. But how reliable it is, well, we have studies that try to triangulate, in different ways, and they look at different measurements, and it seems to be quite reliable, of course, not fully.
Well, thanks a lot. This is a fascinating topic, so please feel free to use our break times and lunch to keep talking and discussing with our speakers. Thanks a lot, Marie.
Okay, so moving on, again, thanks, Marie. We have Raquel present on a topic on visual grounded language generation in humans and machines. Thank you, Raquel, for coming. And again, if people want to ask questions from home, just leave them in the chat, in the YouTube chat. We'll certainly answer if we can.
Okay, can I go ahead? I hope you can hear me well. All right, so first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here, to be able to be here in person. And also, I very much appreciate the topic of this series, which I find particularly interesting. And I hope that I'll be able to tell you something relevant regarding this topic. We'll see about that. So, so as you know, my name is Raquel Fernandez. I'm from the University of Amsterdam. I work at the Institute for Logic, Language, and Computation, which is an interdisciplinary institute where people from philosophy, mathematics, to computer science and linguistics try to do some things sometime together, most often not so together, but anyway, at least we have the chance to talk to each other. And so my background is in computational linguistics, in natural language processing. And today I want to present to you, well, to give you a bit of an overview of some research where language and vision are connected, and to present to you some of our recent work in connection to these topics. But more generally, I also hope that my talk serves a little bit to reflect about the possible synergies between artificial intelligence models, AI models, specifically in the context of computational linguistics and NLP, natural language processing, and models of human processing as they are typically studied in psychology or in cognitive science. Okay? I think that I will have more to say on how aspects that come from cognition and psychology can influence and benefit AI than the other way around, but I hope that maybe you will help me to see whether the connection holds both ways. Okay. So as I said, my field is computational linguistics or natural language processing, and I'm not sure how familiar you are with these topics or with these fields, but clearly, NLP nowadays is very much overwhelmingly powered by machine learning. Marie has already mentioned machine learning, not necessarily in connection to language, but yeah, in NLP this is very prominent, and in particular deep learning models, right? So this is the state of the art currently, uses this type of technology, right? So these are models, as Marie was saying already before, these are neural network models that are deep in the sense that they are multi-layer. They may have many layers that are able to learn progressively more abstractions about the data, right? With many, many parameters. I'm talking about millions of parameters here. And these parameters need to be learned from training on large amounts of data, right? So this is basically how natural language processing is carried out across the board. The field has become rather engineering oriented, right? So very much focus on performance for applications. Sometimes the applications are not directly real world applications, but little modules that may help further applications. So there is this applied perspective or this engineering perspective most often, but that doesn't mean that it is completely disconnected from linguistics or from psycholinguistics, right? After all, the subject matter we are dealing with is language, right? Natural language processing, computational linguistics. And there are sections within the field that still remain quite connected to linguistics and to psycholinguistics. And I would like to think that my work belongs to this kind of, to this facet within the field, okay? And in particular, there is a relatively recent trend within natural language processing, which consists in trying to advance NLP systems by using cognitive signals, right? By using signals that come from human processing, okay? This might be, for example, eye movements, which we have already seen before, like gaze patterns, while humans are doing different tasks, like, for example, reading a text, right? But also brain activity signals, such as EEG or also fMRI data. Okay, so there is a subfield within NLP that tries to see how these kind of signals may help natural language processing models. I will be focusing today on eye tracking, so on eye movements. I will not talk about EEG or fMRI. This is not kind of data that I have experience with. But I will be talking about eye tracking data and eye movements. Here you have a table from a paper from Nora Hollenstein, a recent paper that gives an overview of relatively recent approaches, these recent NLP tasks, classic NLP tasks like part of speech tagging, sentiment analysis, name entity recognition, etc., where the use of eye tracking data, of information coming from eye movements, has led to an improvement on that task. Right? So I think it is pretty impressive. There are quite a few of these approaches where using this data has led to improvements. So this is quite promising, right? Still, don't think that this defines the field of NLP, because it doesn't. But we have this core that is very interesting. So how is information from eye tracking, information about eye movements included in these natural language processing models? This can happen mainly, I'm not being very exhaustive here, but mainly in two ways. So we may include this information, for example, at the input side, right? So when we represent our words, so imagine for the task of part of speech tagging, for example, where the task is we want to assign a morphosyntactic category to each word in a text, for example. So we want to learn a system that can do this automatically. So at the input stage, when we represent our words, then we may also include some information that comes from eye movements. For example, fixation time, or whether a word is fixated or not, fixation onset, and whatever, any feature that we may think is relevant, right? So we use this information at the input stage to then do the prediction better. And for example, these two approaches that I'm pointing at here would use this method. But this is not the only possibility. Rather than including this information at the input stage, we may also try to predict it together with the task that we are predicting, right? So, for example, just to stick to part of the speech tagging, even though this particular paper that I'm mentioning here did not use this approach, but I think it's an easy task to understand. As we are predicting what's the category, what's the part of a speech of a word, at the same time, we may want to learn to predict whether that word was fixated or for how long it was fixated. And by learning these two tasks in this kind of multitask learning perspective, right, we may become better at the tagging, right? So it's a different way of exploiting this type of information. An advantage, so here I'm pointing to two approaches that are using this type of methodology. An advantage of this method of using the eye tracking data for prediction rather than at the input is that when you want to you want to deploy it in a more realistic setup where you actually don't have the eye tracking movement information, then you don't need it, right? So if you need that to characterize the input to start with, then at test time or inference time, then that's not typically not available, right? So this is just to give you an idea of two methods, the two main methods that are being used for including this type of cognitive signals to help NLP models. Now, these approaches that I'm mentioning here are all studies that concern gaze patterns as we are reading text, okay? So subjects have an eye tracking, they are reading text, and the fixations are being recorded on the words as the reading happens, and then they are used for this type of tasks. That's, of course, not the only thing that we can do when we are still interested in language, right? My focus in the rest of the talk actually will be on tasks that involve language, but also on visual processing, right? So our gaze is on images, not on text, right? It might also be on text, but in any case, there will be also images. Sometimes there might be images, sometimes there might be both image and text. And then the idea is that there is also, in addition of looking at images, there is also some type of language processing, for example, some language production that happens concurrently with how we look at an image. Okay, so so I think I'm quite interested in this area of vision and language. And indeed, so this nowadays already can be called a subfield, I think, of language and vision. Depending on where you come from, you will call it vision and language or language and vision. I come from language, so I call it language and vision. Right? So this is really a subfield nowadays of AI, of artificial intelligence, which is at the interface of natural language processing on the one hand and computer vision on the other. And we use techniques from these two fields to try to model tasks that involve these two types of processing. Okay. And yeah, the goals behind doing this kind of research can be very diverse within the community. So there can be goals that are definitely more applied. I think that there's a lot of potential for applications in this type of field that really can have a societal impact, right? And then there are more theoretical goals as well that maybe have to do with the idea of symbol grounding, right? Of wanting to learn or to look at language from the perspective of how it is connected to the actual world, right? So not just looking at language by examining or processing documents that only have language, but how language actually is connected to our perception and to the outside world. All right, so as I was saying, this is a field that is a study at the intersection of computational linguistics and computer vision, and I want to give you a bit of an idea of some of the classic tasks that have been that are studied in this field. They started mostly from computer vision, actually, but now people from computational linguistics are joining more and more into this field. Right? So one typical task, which I will be then focusing on later on in the second part of the talk, would be image captioning. Right? So we have as an input an image, then And we've got some AI models, some AI system, and then the output is to produce a description in natural language of what's in that image. Right? Of course, we know there are many possible descriptions, but one that is considered reasonably appropriate. Okay? So that's the task of image captioning or of image description. Just to give you a bit of an idea of what this AI system may look like. So typically, some convolutional neural network would be used to process the image. So this would be a neural network that most likely has been pre-trained in advance, right? So it's a network that has learned by looking at many, many images before, typically to detect what are the objects in that image, right? So it's able to extract features from this image that tell us something about what are the objects there, and also a little bit about the spatial relations, but that depends on how this is done and so on. So this would be the encoding part of this model, this blue part that you have here, this convolutional neural network processing the image, and then the output, the decoder of this network would be producing the linguistic description one word at a time by using some sort of RNN, of recurrent neural network. In this case, here you have a diagram of a long short-term memory network, which is a type of RNN. Nowadays, in natural language processing, there are other architectures, such as the transformer. These are just different deep learning architectures. Okay? So we have these two parts, an encoding part of the image, which is the input in this case, and a decoding part, which is the linguistic part that will produce automatically one word at a time. Okay? And these models are trained on large data sets of pairs of images and descriptions that have been produced by humans, right? And several descriptions for each image, right? So to allow for some variability and so on. So this is how the systems learn. So image caption is one of the classic tasks, but there are others. For example, now more recently, people are tackling automatic video captioning, right? So in this case, the input is not just one static image, but a sequence of frames that is a video, right? And from here, we aim to produce a description that is gonna be typically longer than a single sentence, right? So this is also a rather exciting area. There are other things related to this, such as, for example, visual story generation, where we also have a sequence of images, and then there is a description being generated that is more like a sequence, like a narrative over what happens in these images. And the type of models would be relatively similar, right? Just that in this case, you also have sequentiality at the level of the images. And then yet another type of task that also has become rather common would be visual question answering. So in this case, at the input time, so at the encoding time, we not only have visual information, but visual and linguistic information. So an image paired with a question, like for instance, what's the mustache made of in this case? So we would need to encode both visual information and linguistic information to then create some multimodal representation of this input, right? And then again, the decoding part would be giving us language as output, which would be the answer in this case. Sometimes these systems just are, rather than generating an answer, may just be asked to select the right answer among the set of alternatives. That's just a different way of setting it up, more as a classification task than as a generation task. But there are different types of possibilities. Okay. So, yeah, so as you may imagine, in a way, these are toy tasks, if you want, right? But I hope that you can see that if you really are able to develop a system that does this in a reasonable good way, you could develop applications that could be actually very, very useful, right? From narrating visual content for the visually impaired to having a proper navigation system that actually tells you stuff about the things that are being seen at the moment, right? Like, so this can have a lot of impact potentially. So how is now human gaze information, cognitive information from eye movements possibly exploited in these models, right? Or used in different ways. It's not always exploited directly, but somehow used for gaining different types of insight. So one aspect to consider here that makes eye movements relevant for this kind of research is that most AI models used for vision and language, for the tasks that I have been mentioned, implement some notion of visual attention. Right? So, for example, the neural network, the convolutional neural network, is processing the images by developing some features, and then when we come to the decoding stage, which would be this LSTM here, as the model generates one word at a time, like a bird flying over, etc., one word at a time, then this LSTM network is kind of attending over the visual features in different ways, right? So it's kind of weighting the visual features that have been extracted in the encoding phase, right? So this weighting of the features that evolves at each time step at the generation of each word can be considered a type of machine attention. In fact, it's called attention for better words. Right? So given that these models have this notion of machine attention, one line of inquiry that has been out there is to compare human attention as represented by eye movements, right, with this type of machine attention. So how similar or how different are human and machine attention, right? And also what can we learn from this kind of comparisons, right? So these kind of comparisons can be used as an interpretability tool to try to understand better what these neural networks are doing, because as Marie also mentioned, they are often black boxes and very difficult to understand. So this is a very active field at the moment to try to understand better what these networks are doing. So this comparison can be an interpretability tool for this, and also a way of assessing possibly the cognitive plausibility of these models. Right, so how similar they are, do we want them to be similar or not? There can be a lot of debate here. And then these comparisons can also be used, as you will see in a moment because of the results that I will mention. They may lead us to think that it might be a good idea to get inspiration from human attention because that might make the models better performing. Right? So with respect to this comparison of machine attention and human attention, there have been several studies. I'm here showing you an example. This is with respect to this task of visual question answering that I mentioned before with the bananas, right? So VQA, visual question answering. And here on the, maybe I can use this for a moment. Yes. So here you have an example of an image. There is a question. What is covering the windows, and the answer is blinds in this case, right? And this image here shows you the human attention given by case of where the human was focusing on to answer this kind of question, okay? And in these two images here, you have an example of two different types of models that have also been trained to do this task. Given an image and a question, provide me with the answer, right? So this is machine attention that was just learned in order to perform this task as well as possible with no input from cognitive signals at all, right? So as you can see, I mean, this example is actually a random example extracted from a very large data set. And in this case, you can see, hope you can see a little bit also the correlation numbers. You can see that the correlation is extremely bad, right? In fact, it's negative and almost like significantly negative, right? This is not the overall trend that is typically observed, as I've put here at the bottom. So in general, the correlation between machine attention for this task and human attention tends to be very low, right? Around 0.25 correlation. This example just happens to be extremely bad and almost like the opposite of each other, right? And then, yeah, so for a comparison, when we look at the correlation between humans doing the same task, this is around 0.6, okay? So from here we learned that, well, that these patterns are not really very similar, at least for these models. Of course, the type of models in vision and language or language and vision, they keep improving all the time and changing every time. Every few months we have a new model that performs a little bit better. So you cannot extract generic conclusions, but clearly for some of these models and most of these models, the correlation between human attention and machine attention is not high at all. They don't perform very well. Another study, more recently, actually this year, also did this kind of comparison of checking what happens for visual question answering, the relationship between human attention as captured by gaze and machine attention. But in this case, the attention was also, so the eye tracking was also collected for attention over the text of the question, right? So the humans were reading the question, of course, and also looking at the image. So while before typically there was only data for eye tracking on the visual input, this also included eye tracking for the question, right? And this comparison, there were quite a few models compared in this study, and interesting. I don't recall now what the level of correlation was, but the interesting result was that higher correlation with visual and in particular with text attention between models and machines actually was found to be a significant predictor for better VQA performance, right? So regardless of whether this correlation was high or not, which I don't recall, probably was not very high, the more similar that the machine attention is to the human attention, in particular for text, this was just more general across models, then the better that the models tend to perform, right? So that gives you some indication that, well, maybe having models that, maybe to call them cognitively plausible is a little bit of an overstatement, but that in some way behave a bit more similar to humans actually can help us do the tasks better, okay? This is a little bit what these kind of studies point us towards. Okay, so in these studies that I've mentioned in the last few minutes, what was being done with this addition of, with the use of cognitive signals in the models was this comparison, right? So the cognitive signal was not being used within the models directly. We were just using it as a way of comparing behavior of models and humans. Now I would like to move to an approach, in particular some work that we did recently, where we actually try to use the cognitive signals coming from eye movements within the model itself to try to improve their results. Okay, so this is a publication that came out last year together with one of my PhD students, H. Takmas, right, where we, as you see here in the title, where we develop a system for image captioning or for image description that automatically describes the content of an image, and incorporating within the system at the input side, as I explained in a moment, the information from eye movements of the participants that were doing the task. So to do this, we used a data set that actually was developed by colleagues at Tilburg University, where Marie is from. And so this is a data set in Dutch, the DDEC data set, the Dutch Image Description Eye Tracking Corpus. And it's a corpus of image descriptions. There are several of them in English as well, fewer in other languages. I think it's important that we also do this kind of research in other languages because it's overwhelmingly done in English. It's a question how much this can generalize, right? So this is a data set of spoken descriptions paired together with images. Okay? For each image, there are, I think, around 15 spoken descriptions by different participants, and the participants were wearing an eye tracker while this was being collected. So this is a rich data set. The eye tracking data is also of very high quality. So we have the speech, also a manually done, or at least manually checked transcription of that speech, and paired with the eye tracking data, right? So both the speech and the eye tracking data are time aligned, so they can be aligned as well, which means that we can also align the written transcription, right? So I will be working here with the written transcription of the descriptions, not with the spoken data directly. But we can also time align that. So I'll alienate the fixations coming from the eye tracking with the written description. So this is the data that we are using. The data set, of course, is divided into training, validation, and testing data for the sake of the machine learning model. And then our goal is to investigate how the two modalities, the visual processing modality and the linguistic modality, aligned together as the language is being produced, right? So the task here, the task that we face when we describe an image, is a task that requires planning the eye fixations that we will produce to scan the image, and at the same time planning how we will order the words that we will use to describe that image, right? So in order to understand better this process, we want to develop a model that directly does that, right? And you can also say, for practical reasons, we are also thinking of whether having a model that uses this type of information may lead to better automatically produced image descriptions. So we start with a model that is not cognitively motivated, right? It's just a model that was developed for image captioning just by people in computer vision. Okay? So this is one of the several models that are out there in computer vision. This was published in 2018. At the time, it was one of the best performing models. Probably it is not anymore. But this was our starting point for different reasons that we could discuss, but probably we shouldn't. This is just an abstract representation. I will not explain you all the details of the model, just to let you know that even though it's not specifically cognitively motivated, it does build upon several notions like top-down attention and bottom-up attention that do come from the cognitive sciences. Importantly, at the input level, so in this vector here is a vector which represents the mean of different regions that a CNN has identified from the image, right? So we have processed, image has been processed, different regions of interest have already been identified. Each of these regions can be represented with a vector of numbers that represents this information. And this input, this model takes as input at each time step, as it generates a description, the mean of these vectors, right? This is a way in which this has been set up in this model, right? So this visual information is not driven by human gaze, of course, here. And importantly, it is identical at each time step. And again, by time step, I mean the time of producing each of the words that will configure the description. It's always the same. So now how do we modify this model to include this information from eye movements? So instead of this vector here, what we will include at each time step will be some representation of the areas that were fixated up to that point in the image description, right? So there are many ways in which one could do this, right? So this was how we did it at the time. So when a participant starts to mention the word man, for example, right? So we took all the areas that had been fixated before that, and if there was a word before, then just between the two words. Okay, as the relevant visual information at that point that had an effect on what was being produced next. Right? So in this kind of model, the input is driven by human gaze, of course. We select which regions to focus on given on where the human was fixating. And also, importantly, it is sequential. So each time that a word is being produced, we input a different type of visual information, right? Because the scan path is also sequential. All right, so this is essentially our modification. We also tested a different version of this model that included, so this is a recurrent layer, right? That included an additional recurrent layer here that would encode the visual features. I will not give you any more details about this. If you are interested, I can explain a little bit more, but it's just a more sophisticated model where vision and language will be a little bit more decoupled, and this would allow for more nonlinear relationships between the two sequential processes. All right, so this was our model. Now our model is able to automatically describe images. Fantastic, right? Are they good or are they not good? How do we evaluate this? This is, again, a very difficult problem of how we can evaluate this. Any evaluation of natural language generation is really very complex. There are many measures out there, and everybody is unhappy with all these measures. So it's really an issue of how to evaluate this. In our case, we created a new measure that was building up on existing measures. Starting from the hypothesis that we had, this cross-modal hypothesis, that the gaze pattern, that is the sequence of eye movements and eye fixations, should constrain in some way the sequence of words in a description. Okay? So given this, we created a measure, a distance measure, that basically checks different types of relationships, both semantic and also of alignment, of sequentiality, and comparing what we have produced automatically to what the participant had actually produced, right? So just to recall, we are giving as input to the model the scan path of one participant. Maybe I didn't make this explicit, but this is important. So we are giving the scan path of one single participant. Therefore, it makes sense to compare what we produce automatically to what that participant actually produced, right? And yeah, so we do it with this kind of system. So the key results that we get from our automatic generation is that the models that use case data sequentially, like the model that I just presented, right? So generate descriptions that are more human-like. So according to this measure, they are more similar in terms of sequentiality and semantics to what the participants produced, right? Other aspects that also were discovered was that they also happen to learn a much larger vocabulary. And I believe this is because they are able to focus on more details of the image, and somehow this leads to a larger vocabulary being learned, right? And then because in this case we are generating one description per scan path of participant, they also are able to generate more varied descriptions because we are not aggregating things, right? I've also included here results for these other models. So we also saw that the model that I just mentioned that had an additional recurring component actually was the one performing better, right? So indicating that, yeah, that the relationship between the visual processing and the language production is nonlinear. Just to give you some examples of the things generated by the model. Now, you should not get the impression that these models generate great descriptions, right? So this is a very complicated task. So I think it's amazing enough that we are able to automatically generate descriptions. So we should not think that this is a solved problem at all, right? So here you have some examples of what the models generated. So you have the Dutch version, or part of it if it was very long, and the English translation below it. So this would be the model that does not have any gaze, describing this kind of image here. So a woman who's standing in a kitchen, and it goes on a bit longer, it's not bad. And this would be our model, the automatically generated description by the model that has two recurrent components, a woman in the kitchen with donuts. So this is just to highlight that often the model may be more specific on what it's describing. Right? Because, but presumably because it's able to focus on the right regions. Right? And then another, I think, interesting example here is that, so this is transcribed spoken language, right? So sometimes the participants actually have these fluencies. They are disfluent, they may correct themselves and so on, right? And what we see is that our models sometimes produce these disfluencies as well, right? Do we want an automatic captioning system to produce these fluencies? Well, maybe not. So practically speaking, this is not something that might be desirable. It depends. We can also discuss it. But I think that at least this shows that what's present in the scan path really has an effect on what is being produced, right? And so we haven't analyzed this in detail, but presumably there might be maybe some features related to image complexity or to uncertainty in the visual processing that may have led to this disfluency production. All right, I'm coming. So how am I doing time-wise? Not so well, no? Okay, all right. So I will, so just very briefly, I will not go into detail here, but just to mention that some of our ongoing work has to do with using this kind of models and this kind of AI models to try to shed some light on different theories of linearization, right? Of how both language and visual processing is linearized. So this is still an open question in psychology and in cognitive science, and we hope that by doing more data analysis with these methods and this kind of modeling, that we hopefully can shed some light to distinguish between these kind of theories. So I would just like to finish just with a few points that act a little bit as a summary for this kind of synergy in the two directions, right? So why is psychology an important source of information for AI models? I think that there is no doubt that it is, right? And this has been very much shown in different studies. Some of them I presented here, right? So it can help us to better understand differences between humans and machines, and therefore better understand our AI models and the capabilities that they may have. Also for assessing the cognitive plausibility of these models, since sometimes this cognitive plausibility seems to lead to better results, right? And indeed, adding this kind of cognitive signals may also lead to better performance. Now, why may AI models actually be relevant for psychological research? Well, I would argue, and I think that Marie has already made these points quite clear in her presentation, right? I would argue that there is also an important benefit, right? So computational modeling in general, whether it's deep learning model or not, deep learning modeling or not, is something that forces us to be specific and to formalize our intuitions, because we have to put things into a working system. And I think that this has the potential just to lead to better theories, because it just makes us check things more carefully, right? In particular, so why deep learning models? Well, I think that they can provide a different new paradigm for studying issues at the interface of language and vision in particular. I think that they can be rather powerful. For example, something that we gain from these models is that we are able to process realistic images, which was typically not done with early studies that were done in the lab, right? So now we have a lot of machinery for processing different properties of images that may have an impact on how we actually generate language that is tied to these images. And then, yeah, so they are very strongly empirically driven, data driven, right? And I think that this provides some more potential perhaps to scale up over more traditional type of cognitive modeling. Okay, I'll leave it here. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I can take questions if there is time.
Thanks a lot, Raquel, for your wonderful presentation. Questions either from here or Marie?
Thank you, Raquel, for the talk, and that was very interesting. I was wondering about the data that you presented, where there was a very bad correlation between human perception and what the AI was doing. The regions of interest for AI, were they actual objects, or was this a failure of object detection in the image?
Okay, that's a good question. I think so. I don't think that this was evaluated initially for whether the objects were correctly detected. I think that the models tend to be rather good at detecting objects. So I would think that that's not what the issue is here. But I'm saying that without really knowing for sure. But I don't think that it's an issue of object detection, right? It's a question of whether, yeah, these attention maps by the models, we don't really understand what they are about, right? So we call them attention, but it's also not very clear that we can establish a parallel with what we typically understand as attention.
And in your architecture, because you showed the vectors that were detected in the image, or these areas that were detected in the image, where does object detection come into play in the architecture?
In this one, yeah. So at the already, so the image is processed by extracting, I think it's 36 regions of interest. This is the particular model that works like that, right? So that is already that network has been pre-trained. So then it's run on the image. There are these 36 regions that are considered, and then that's given as input to the model. Right? It's a bit more complex than that, because there is also another attention mechanism up there that is going to. So here we give the mean vector of these regions, and then in the middle part, the model is also attending again to all the regions. So it's not that, maybe to make it clear, so here is not that, it's true that the input is the same at each time step. Of course, the model is complex, right? The model can attend differently over the image at each time step, right? Yeah, maybe this is too technical detail, but.
Thank you for your talk. And I have a question about the, now you talk about image captioning and previding a description for image, but if we want to see different, pushing some captions and preparing some image, we know that there are a lot of models, generative adversarial networks, or I don't know, maybe using BERTs or anything. But the point is that, when we provide a description for brain, or even when we provide some pictures for brain, maybe we have, I'm not sure, but it would be some kind of argument that we have same representation. But here, why do you see, at least now we know that providing and producing pictures from captions seems more difficult than image captioning. So, first of all, do you see insightful, in terms of the, opposite procedure, and why do we have this difference between brains and?
Right, well, I think this is a very, very good question that I don't think I'll be able to answer very satisfactorily. So there are people working on the reverse task, right? So generating image generation. This is much more on the computer vision side, as you can imagine. So I also have less expertise on this kind of task, but people are working on this. Why you may argue indeed that this is perhaps more difficult, right? Why may that be the case? Well, when we are generating a description, we are always bound by the vocabulary of the language, right? So at each time step, we know we are going to generate one word out of a finite vocabulary. Okay, so maybe that is something that constrains the difficulty of the task. Of course, it's still difficult because we need to think about the linearization, about the fact that it has to be grammatical, there is a lot of planning involved in different ways, etc., right? But then when it comes to generating images, the type of data that we are dealing with is not discrete as words, right? So it's much more continuous and much more open-ended. So I think that this is a difficulty. But this is an important task that I think also has a lot of potential for useful applications.
Okay, thanks.
We actually have a question from YouTube. Does your model just use fixation locations and fixation orders, or do you use other measures of eye tracking, like, I don't know, saccadic amplitudes, number of small microsaccads, fixation, etc., etc.?
Right. No, in this case, we only use fixation and fixation duration. There are other features that could be exploited as well, but we restricted ourselves to this type of information.
I don't know if there's any other question. I think there was a lot of questions regarding how deep this can go, whether we're talking just about image captioning, or we're talking about in a deeper sense, the relationship between language and vision, which would be a question that we could discuss for perhaps hours and hours. But perhaps we can discuss that during lunch. If there's no questions, there's a question. Yeah, Maria.
Thank you for your wonderful talk. Do you see any applications for clinical populations with word production difficulties? So, for example, aphasic patients that are given a naming task or a description, when they're giving a scene and they're asked to describe. Do you think there could be any use for understanding how word production breaks down in these people by incorporating what they actually produce with how they look at the things they're asked to name?
Yes, I only understood you partially, sorry, because it was a bit different, but so let me try to rephrase if I understood. So do you mean whether there could be interesting insights coming from using data from aphasic patients when they describe images. Yeah, I think that absolutely. I think that investigating these aspects with people, with participants that have different capabilities, can give you a lot of insights of the language processing itself, like we know in psycholinguistics, right? So this particular domain of concurrent visual processing with language processing can also be a fruitful ground for studying these differences. Yes, so there is a lot of scope for collecting interesting data with this type of task that may come from different populations.
Sorry, let me try again. Thank you for the answer. Now you should hear better.
Okay.
My question is whether you think we could understand what is breaking down in these patients better by using both the language they produced when they're asked to name and the eye patterns, their viewing patterns in conjunction with what they're trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
For example, building models of what is happening when they're having these difficulties.
Well, again, I'm just speculating, but it seems to me that potentially yes, right? So especially if we compare this data to neurotypical populations, then I think that potentially we could learn quite a bit, right? So for instance, we could see whether on the visual side things are apparently very similar to the neurotypical, but on the linguistic side maybe not, and what's the relationship between these two types of processing? I think that this could be interesting, but I haven't looked into it directly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Let's just wait for the microphone because
I'm just curious, what happens if you present to these algorithms, these neural nets, ambiguous images that are susceptible to two opposite interpretations? You know, the typical things in introductory textbooks in psychology. You can see a young woman or an older person, or you can see two faces or a vase. What happens?
That's a good question. I'm not sure whether this has been tried. I wouldn't also, maybe it has been tried on the computer vision side, I'm not sure. But what happens, well, I don't know if the models have been trained on regular images, like the current models that we have, then I don't know whether something interesting may happen, maybe not very interesting. So the model will try to use the general patterns that it has learned, right, to describe what seems most appropriate, right? So I don't know what would happen. I think we should try it. These models are readily available, so you can just feed it an image and it would describe something. So maybe it's an experiment to try.
Okay, thank you very much, Raquel. And thank you all. We're going to keep on going. We're a bit late, as you can imagine and you can see. But we're going to have Kendrick K. present his lecture. Very much expecting that. And yeah, again, if people have questions, those of us that are seeing it from home, please write on the chat and we'll ask them. Thank you, Kendrick.
Is it good? Good to go. Great. Hello, my name is Kendrick. Thanks for coming to this talk and staying with this. I know we're a little late, but I'll try to keep it, well, let me know if I'm going over. I'm from the United States, and I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to Jorge and Oscar for inviting me. I think this talk will be a bit different from the previous ones. Hopefully that's a good thing, and it'll kind of spur some connections between different ways in which computational techniques can enter into psychology and neuroscience. How do I advance here? Uh-oh. Sorry, let me switch modes here. Just do it like this. Is this still okay? Even on the YouTubes? Okay, great. Before I get into the meat, I just want to give you a quick overview of what my lab does. It's a bit wide-ranging. We study specific topics in cognitive neuroscience, also using computational methods to tackle those topics. We also do a bunch of methodological development using fMRI specifically, both in kind of acquisition and analysis of fMRI data. And part of what we also do involves statistics and building software tools and algorithms to better process that type of data. So this is a lot, and I kind of think of this as a kind of vertical integration of research. So we span cognitive theory, I suppose, and I guess you can put psychology into that. Also modeling and using computational techniques, and also experimental techniques and analysis. Anyway, so in this talk, there's a lot here. We'll be hearing really just about the modeling aspect of it. Okay, so I guess I was invited to talk a bit on this, so I crafted a specific type of talk where I'll really just give a personal take on how computational neuroscience and artificial intelligence techniques have connected to the type of research that I've done. After going through some generalities about what modeling is, I'll take you through a few examples of some past studies. I know this is a diverse audience, so I'll try to keep it at sort of a understandable level without getting into too much of the details. Okay, so just modeling, at least from my perspective, I guess I would say the general field here is cognitive neuroscience, and I think modeling is a very natural thing to do if you're a cognitive neuroscientist, and here's my kind of logic there. I think ultimately cognitive neuroscience is trying to establish links between psychological phenomena or properties of some sort of experiment that you put in front of the subject to neural activity. And I guess there'll be more brain stuff in this talk compared to the previous ones. And so if you accept that as a definition, then I think modeling is really just an extension of this exercise. So here's a little quick schematic. Typically, we study one person at a time, and we typically use a visual stimulus to sort of engage the subject in some sort of cognitive process, and we usually give them some sort of instructions or task, right? And usually we measure some sort of behavior just so we have some insight into the cognition happening inside of that subject's head. Now, certainly this is a rich system already, and we can learn a lot by doing these types of behavioral studies, or you might call this psychophysical study if you come from more of a sensory background. Now, as neuroscientists, we have many fancy tools now that we can measure directly brain activity, and that gives rise to the rest of the system, which is we use our favorite technique, whether it's EEG or fMRI, and we observe activity at different parts of the brain, right? And I would say the goal now in the cognitive neuroscience is to really ask a very simple question: why do we get all these neural activity levels? Why is it that this particular experiment, increased activity in some particular brain region or some neural population? And answering that question, I think, is the goal of cognitive neuroscience. And then how does this link to modeling? Well, I think of a model essentially as a description of the system. So we're scientists, we can control the system to some extent. We can change the stimuli, we can have the subject do a different task. And we're just sitting here and just studying the system and trying to come up with different descriptions of the causal processes happening in the system. And I guess as neuroscientists, we're specifically interested in the mechanisms or brain mechanisms or neural mechanisms involved here. So that's kind of my perspective on how computational techniques come into play here. And so I'm going to give you a little bit more, just as a sort of a brief advertisement. We go into some more specific details of how this can enter sort of specific cognitive neuroscience studies here. These are just two relatively short perspective pieces that we've written in case you're curious about that. In terms of modeling, though, I do want to point out before I get into the specific ways in which we've used modeling, and that is to really acknowledge that modeling is really a diverse set of techniques or approaches, and they really come in many different flavors. And I think a good analogy here is to think about things that are easier to think about or that we're more familiar with, which is say, measurement. So if you get into neuroscience techniques, as I've already briefly alluded to, there's EEG, fMRI, of course. In animal models, you have invasive techniques like electrophysiology. And we know that these are vastly different. They span massively different spatial scales, temporal scales, and no one technique is best because they all have different advantages and disadvantages in terms of what they cover. Likewise, in terms of cognitive domains, obviously there's vision, attention, cognitive control, other sensory modalities, and these are all vastly different, and different groups study different domains, and that's fine. But in terms of modeling, I think this also applies, and there's a huge diversity of models, types of models out there in at least the neuroscience and psychological literatures, and I'll just flash up various, and these aren't, sometimes it can get quite confusing depending on your familiarity with modeling studies, and there's a whole variety of different models, and they're very different in terms of their nature, also different in what we use them for, and that's sort of the meta point I want to get across here. We actually studied this informally a bit in kind of this paper we did with Conrad Kurting here. And what we did was to just take an informal survey of computational neuroscientists. And we asked different neuroscientists to just tell us a little bit about their past papers and just tell us about what priorities or goals they had in developing the specific models that they described in their papers. And here I'm just showing you histograms, essentially, of self-report ratings, in a sense, on different attributes that you might assign to different models. For example, whether it mattered to you whether they were compact or tractable or interpretable, or whether they were useful or had clinical implications, and various types of realism, biological realism here. And the 1 essentially means this was not at all important, whereas 5 means this was extremely important in that particular study. So the basic point here is really just that there's a wide range. I mean, essentially every attribute has a full range from 1 to 5. And this is just underscoring the point, I think, which is once you get into more computational research, there's actually a huge diversity of ways you can use modeling. And when you're reading other people's papers, or especially from other fields, it's really important to really enter in the mindset that researcher might have had. And ideally, they would tell you about what the goal of the modeling exercise was in their particular study, just so you could better interpret what's going on. Okay, so those are just generalities. I'll transition a little bit into the type of research we do in my lab, which broadly speaking is trying to understand information processing in visual cortex. Here's just a little schematic just to show you how that works. We specifically use fMRI, which is nice because you can measure the whole brain, but we're most interested in the back of the brain here, so I'll just zoom in a bit. And at some level, you can think of the many decades of research in visual neuroscience has been focused on really establishing links between specific stimulus features and different parts of the visual system. So you may know that the visual system is actually composed of many different areas, and you can kind of think of a bit of a caricature, but I think it's still accurate, that many studies have been dedicated to just trying to understand different visual features that are represented, or in other words, driving activity strongly in different visual areas. And this is just a cartoon schematic here, certainly. And this has been extremely fruitful. However, I guess, especially recently, there's been a push to bring this into more quantitative and computational thinking. And there's a term, I don't know who invented it, but I like it, which is kind of dedicated to the idea of building image computable models. And that really is just emphasizing computability, like actual concrete algorithms or computer code, or however you want to think about it, that actually compute and do things with real stimuli, realistic stimuli, images. Of course, this can be extended to videos. And so that sort of describes a set of fairly recent studies that really have taken this seriously. And you can think of the goal now is to build these types of models to explicitly talk about the specific computations that are happening in different parts of the visual system. And so this is a little cartoon diagram to illustrate that, where we have an incoming stimulus, this picture of grapes here. I don't know if my cursor shows up. There you go. And so we can show this image, certainly to a human or animal, and you're going to get a flurry of activity in the visual areas. And I guess the goal of this type of exercise is to build models that talk about the specific types of computations, whether it's building from simple computations to more complex ones, in different areas of the visual system. Now, hopefully the worthiness of this goal is apparent, but even this is not enough. And I just want to make a sort of one little general point here, which is this is a very stimulus-centric viewpoint. And so what about cognition? And we know from many neuroscience studies, especially heavily studied phenomena of attention, that the state that you have the subject in, even when you expose them to just a sensory stimulus, can influence the evoked responses. And so that fact alone means that image computability or that type of model is nice, but it's not the full story. Let me just give you a quick example of that. Here's a complex image, and you're an observer, and I can just show this to you, or I can also tell you to do different things with your mind. So for example, I could ask you about the color of this small little dot for some reason that's on this person's tie, or I could ask you about this person's emotional expression, or their gaze direction, or the type of clothing this person is wearing. I mean, obviously the list goes on. And in theory, the state that I put you in, or the judgment I ask you to perform can modulate responses. And if that's true, then obviously it's not just a stimulus representer. It's not a passive stimulus response machine, but it's somehow, and of course that's a substantive question, it's somehow getting influenced by the cognitive state that you're in. And so we can summarize this as, if you're in this game of building neuroscientific models or models of activity of neural populations, then obviously we have to include not just the stimulus, but also the task, and that's relatively less explored so far. Okay, so I'm going to transition to trying to get you towards specific studies, just give you a more concrete sense of what it is my lab does. I guess the approach that we take is a bit different, actually, from what the previous talks you've heard about, where you've heard a lot about machine learning and deep neural network models. It's, I would say, really a continuum, but I guess our lab is much more on the end of, for lack of a better term, a constrained modeling approach. And I'll just tell you a little bit about what that means. I just made up this term, so it doesn't really have a formal definition. I think there are a couple of principles when you take this type of approach. One is a tight integration between the model and the data. So it's not like you go off and spend a couple months just developing a theoretical or computational model and coming back to check, superficially against the data. Rather, it's sort of a tight loop. So you develop some ideas, you implement it in a model, you check it carefully against the data, and you sort of go back and forth. At least this is the way I think about it. Another set of principles, I like to just call it keep it simple, stupid. Really, this is the idea that you probably have already heard of like parsimony or Occam's razor. The idea that at least one way to do it is you don't really want to introduce elements into a model necessarily unless you need them. So there's this idea of like expense. You don't want to build things in unless you can really demonstrate their need. So along these lines, you can think of it as you really need to justify every little component or every little parameter that you put in. And also this idea of interpretability, which you've also heard a little bit about. And so under this approach, the interpretation of what these parameters do and exactly how it all works in the context of the larger model is really important. And maybe the last principle I would say here under this approach is really, again, going back to the data, once you establish some finding, it's obviously a priority here to demonstrate a model that recapitulates that finding or effect. But at the same time, it's really important, I think, to show it that it exists clearly in the data themselves. So in a sense, show the effect exists in the neural activity measurements, even independent of any potential model that you might want to propose for that effect. And so there's this, again, this interplay of being really close to the data, the measurements, the neural activity measurements, as well as being a good modeler. Okay. One last thing before we talk about some specific studies. I guess one of the themes here, if you sort of jive with this approach, is this really emphasis on understanding and interpretation. And you've already heard about deep neural network models, and this is just a schematic from a sort of a famous paper, or actually there's a review from this group. And I wrote a short sort of philosophical piece almost about trying to understand what it is to build a model and what makes a good model. And just to summarize sort of the upshot of that paper, I propose two fairly straightforward criteria, I think. One is maybe obvious, which is accuracy. You want to build a model that at some level matches some sort of behavioral or neural measurements that we can make, which is pretty straightforward, and certainly deep neural network models are quite good at that. The second one's a little more controversial, which is interpretation, or in this, I would say understanding. And I would define that as grasping the relationship. So it's a very personal thing. It's about you and your relationship with this model or any other model you build. It's about whether you understand the relationship between the various components of that model, the parameters, the architecture, things like that, and the outcomes that that model has, or the behavior of that model. And that is, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it takes work, and I think that work is extremely valuable. Anyway, so if you want to hear more about those issues, this is the philosophical piece that I wrote fairly recently. Okay, so I have three little case examples I just want to show you, just to give you some flavor. The first example, I think, is pretty straightforward, or it tackles this issue of building these kind of image computable models. And I think it may have been the first, at least in the field of fMRI, to demonstrate this type of approach. So the setup is quite simple. The first step is to make a bunch of experimental measurements. So in this case, we used fMRI, and I'm not going to go into the fMRI technical details, but certainly this is not necessarily a trivial endeavor. We want to measure responses to as many stimuli as we can, in a sense, because again, this is a very data-driven exercise, or at least this version is. Anyway, so once we do that, we used natural images, grayscale natural images in this study. The second step, basically, is to build a model. And here we started with a very simple model. And it goes something like this. On the left, you have a sample of some of the grayscale naturalistic images that we showed to the subjects. And on the right is just a hypothetical set of evoked responses that you might observe from a single voxel, which is a large population of neurons, essentially. And the goal of here is to really just specify what is the linking factor here? What exactly are the computations that this neural population is reflecting, in a sense? And can we build some sort of formal and computable model that links the stimulus on the screen and the activity that we observe at some part of their visual system? The model here is a very simple model. It's a very V1-like model where we have local-oriented filters, and these come at different orientations and scales and positions in the visual field. And there's many thousands of these because the visual field is large, essentially. And so that's fixed, so that's not necessarily learned, but what we learn are a set of weighting factors, which in the end, this is just a regression problem, where we learn a potential set of weights such that when you compute a weighted sum of these filters, it's most consistent with reproducing what this particular voxel is responding to in the images. So we went ahead and did that, and details aside, we then took these models that we attempted to fit, and then showed that not only do they work pretty well, you can actually use it to do this type of decoding or mind reading exercise here. And so I'll just go through how that plays out. Basically, imagine you showed some image to this observer. I should mention in this study there was no explicit task, so you might call this passive viewing. But in any case, we show an image, and you might imagine measuring brain activity, right, using some technique, in this case fMRI, and this is activity patterns where the x-axis just refers to different voxels, essentially. So the goal here in this kind of decoding setup is, let's say we forgot that this was the image shown and we just had access to the brain activity. So you're looking at the brain activity of some participant, and the question is, can you deduce or infer what the stimulus was? And turns out once you have predictive models, it's trivial. You essentially, for example, start with a potential set of images that could have been shown, you don't know, and run those images through the predictive models. So these were fitted on a separate data set, kind of the machine learning setup, and we have a different model potentially for every voxel that we're going to use to try to decode from, and you just run it through the models and you get a prediction, and then the decoding itself is trivial. Here you can think of it as a lookup table. So you just pick the potential activity pattern that's most consistent with the empirical measurement. So so there's nothing interesting necessarily in the decoding approach here, but this was really just a demonstration of applying this kind of forward model or predictive model and then using it to do something potentially impressive. And so anyway, the performance we can achieve with this with this approach is actually quite high, and certainly there's been many studies since then that have taken this further. So anyway, so that was the first case example I just want to show you, just to kind of set the stage for how this general approach might proceed. In the second study, very different in flavor, we focused on a very specific phenomena that we were interested in terms of vision or visual processing, and that phenomena is spatial summation, which probably doesn't mean anything to you, so let me give you a quick cartoon example of what that means. So imagine you're a participant and you're typically fixating the center of the screen, and we might imagine sort of driving the left visual field. So everything in your left of your fixation point is getting driven with some sort of stimulus, and we measure a response, and we might also do it on the right of the side of your gaze. And so this is the right visual field, and we get a response. And we're just interested in imagine you have a neuron or a neural population responding to both the left and the right. What is the response when you stimulate everything? And so if the summation were purely linear, the idea would be the response to this plus the response to this is the response to this, which is very simplistic, but actually many sort of computational models might imply this, and so we wanted to test, is this true? So to do that, we had to design an actual experiment and do this efficiently, and I won't go into details there. When we essentially just divide up the visual field carefully, we're going to sample finely near the fovea. Here's what the actual experiment looks like. Essentially, you fixate here, and there's a contrast pattern that comes up, and it's on for 3 seconds, and then there's a delay, and we essentially just stimulate different sections of the visual field. So it's a very simple experiment, but really designed carefully to develop a potentially better model of how your visual cortex is processing these stimuli. I'll skip over the effect. Basically, the response is very subadditive. So if you stimulate just a little bit of some putative receptive field, you're essentially very close to the maximum response. And let me just take you a little bit through the details of how that can be thought or characterized in terms of a model. So here I'm going to show you, given a particular stimulus configuration, what a potential model could be. Of course, there's infinitely many possible ones, but this one's a very simple and controlled one, which is, I think, nice. We can think of the stimulus as corresponding to some sort of contrast image. This is really just indicating where in the image was there some sort of strong visual stimulus. And we can potentially think of the response of one voxel as sort of coming from this kind of Gaussian summation. So this is just a simple isotropic Gaussian. It has some free parameters, right? A position parameters and a size parameter. And all that's happening here is a weighted sum of the incoming stimulus, at least as represented in this form. So that gives you a single number, which might be the evoked response from a voxel. Now, if you think about it, this is a purely linear model, at least after this step, right? This is just a weighted sum. So this model implies perfect summation. And so all we did in this study was to think about this and think, well, what could we incorporate into the model to accommodate the effects that we were seeing? Of course, I didn't show you the effect, but take my word for it. And that was to introduce this very simple component. So this is a static nonlinearity. It's specifically a power law, and there's one parameter, the exponent parameter n. Now, just sort of meta point, this arguably is a neural network. It's just a very simplified one. I mean, there's a linear step, and there's a nonlinear step, and certainly neural networks can use different types of nonlinearities, but at some level, this is a neural network. It's just an extremely simplified one. Okay, so let me give you some intuition of why that one introduction of a component actually does the trick. So in the linear case, you stimulate half the receptive field, you get half the response for both halves, and then you stimulate everything, you get exactly the summation of the two halves. Pretty easy. Now, if there was some sort of final static nonlinearity, you might see where this is going. You stimulate half the response, you're already pretty far up on nonlinearity, such that you stimulate the other half, you're already pretty high, and then you stimulate everything, you get a little bit of increase, but definitely not a summation. So hopefully that's pretty clear, and clear, I think simplicity is good here. We can certainly do sort of machine learning exercises like cross-validate these two different models, so leave out some data, fit the parameters of the two models, and then check cross-validated performance. That's what I'm showing here. The x-axis is the linear model. The y-axis is the compressive model, or the model with that extra little nonlinearity, and each dot is a voxel. So anyway, you can see that there's major improvements in terms of cross-validated prediction performance under this new model, and certainly differences across different visual areas in the visual system. Okay, so that was a pretty low-level sort of computational mechanism, but we went further in the study to sort of relate it to more large picture, big picture things, like why do we have this thing? What good does it do? So let me give you a sense of the experiment. So we went back in and followed this up with a manipulation. So here you're seeing object stimuli, and they're varying in their size and position. And imagine this was one neuron or voxel with some putative receptive field. And it's been long theorized that one of the goals of developing sort of hierarchical representation in the visual system is to develop tolerance or sort of relative insensitivity to changes in stimulus properties that may not be that important. For example, slight changes in the position and size of some object that you're seeing. So the idea here is to relate the nonlinearity that you just heard about to potentially what your brain might be doing in response to objects. So we went in and made some measurements, and I'll just show you one of them. This is a very simple one. We just changed the size of a centrally presented object over many orders of magnitude of sizes. And we went in and did the fMRI measurements, and I'm showing you now the mean and variability across voxels in different visual areas. And basically you can see that the response essentially flattens out, just basically, which is what we expected given what we thought about tolerance in the visual system. And so that's the observation, that's the effect, and what we can do is relate the models to this effect. So we can take the linear model that we estimated previously and just make that prediction. So these are, in some sense, image computable models. I mean, they're not fully image computable because they abstract away from the actual pattern, but we can take the earlier models and just run these size manipulations through the models and make a prediction. It's not a great prediction, at least it gets the monotonic increase right, but we can now compare this to the compressive model. And so again, we take the models previously fit, run these new stimuli through, get a prediction, and check it against the data, and it works pretty well. Okay, so that was the second example. Let me just give you the third example, which maybe might be most relevant because it gets closest to cognition and psychology, and that is trying to understand task influences, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, on visual responses. So in this study, our goals was really just to get a handle on just some basic questions like let's measure these task effects using some chosen tasks and just understand what their nature is, look at the data. And then once we understand what they are, how do we make moves to actually quantitatively model these effects? Let me just show you the experiment. This is actually a complex experiment. I'll just highlight the main things that I think are relevant here. So again, you're a subject, you're fixating. Now we're showing different flavors of words and faces and other types of stimuli while this funny little dot in the middle is flickering. Now I won't go into the stimulus design, but I'll just focus on the task design. So in the scanner, before each run, which are roughly like 5 to 6 minutes long, I would instruct you to, fixate the dot, but then do something different with your mind. Right? So one task is sort of almost a control task, but I think also quite interesting. In this task, we would ask you to monitor this tiny little dot, and whenever it turns exactly red, you would press a button, right? So now all your cognitive resources are, in theory, on this dot. Of course, it depends on how difficult this task is, but we made it pretty difficult, and we would measure this for 5-6 minutes while we're presenting all of these stimuli behind the dot. So that's the fixation task. We also had a categorization task. So here, again, you fixate, but now you're judging the actual stimulus that we designed for you, and you're just making a three-way judgment. Did it look more word-like or face-like or neither of the two? So we call that a categorization task, and we also measured a one-back task, which is monitor the stimulus again, but now you're not categorizing it per se, but you're just checking, is it the exact same stimulus as the one you just saw 1 second ago? So these are 3 different tasks in theory, and we made the fMRI measurements keeping the stimuli exactly the same. A modulo small eye movements, of course, but we asked subjects to please fixate the dot. Okay, so the basic observation is, the task matters a lot in certain visual areas. I'll show you responses in visual word form area. This is a high-level visual area selected for words, hence the name. And these are just the fMRI measurements we measured. This is mean and standard error across subjects under the fixation task. So again, you're monitoring this little dot. These stimuli are coming in. And not surprisingly, we get a relatively large response for the word-like stimuli. By the way, this is a contrast manipulation. Now, the important thing is the responses look quite different depending on the task. So I'm showing you in green the categorization task and blue the one-back task. And so there's a very large increase in responses in general. And also the nature of the responses are interesting. They're not like a simple additive effect. And to highlight that, I want to show you a different visualization of the data. And the principle here, I think I mentioned a few slides ago, which is it's important to look at the data and really understand what's in the data before deploying any model of the data. And so I just want to show you the data in one different form. So that you can think of this as state space, which is just a fancy term for plotting data with a certain set of axes. The x-axis here is the VWFA response. So this word form area response, is the x-axis, and as we saw on this slide. And the y-axis is the FFA response, so fusiform face area, heavily studied area, next to the VWFA, also a high-level visual area. Now these arrows are just representing the data, and I'll have to explain that to you. The tail of an arrow is just the response observed during the fixation task. And we already saw those data points one slide ago. Now the head of the arrow is the response during the one-back task. So that was shown in blue here. So I'm just replotting what we've already seen, but now including one more additional visual area. And finally, the color of an arrow is just indicative of the general type of stimulus it was. So there were a bunch of different face-like stimuli. That was blue, and a bunch of word stimuli, that was orange. And the other stimuli are in gray here. So we're just plotting data, but just by plotting, you actually learn a lot. So you already learned something about the structure of these task effects or these top-down effects. We know that it's not a simple additive effect, since it would have looked like that, but it obviously doesn't. It's not a simple scaling effect either, where there's, in a sense, a fixed amount of like 10% bigger scaling under the one-back task. We already know it's not that. And it's also not what you might call an area-specific enhancement, which is something like the face area gets enhanced only for the face stimuli, so that would look something more like this. But instead, it's what we term stimulus-specific scaling. So these arrows are getting scaled from the origin, but the amount they're getting scaled appears to be specific or dependent on the actual stimulus that was shown for those trials. So so if you buy this is the effect. So we've learned something about the nature of the effect, and the last bit was to couple this into a model. Actually, there are other parts of the paper, but I'm just going to tell you about the top-down model here. We had some reason to believe that you can trace the source of these top-down effects to a specific brain area, basically a part of the intraparietal sulcus, or the IPS. And here's the idea under this model. We start with, in the ventral temporal cortex, so that includes FFA and VWFA, some sort of bottom-up response. So this model doesn't tell you, in an image computable sense, what is the sort of response you observe during the fixation task, but let's just assume we have that. And all this model says is, potentially, if IPS is engaged in this task and somehow supplying some top-down modulation, well, we have fMRI data and we have data in this parietal area, and so we can monitor the response when the subject is asked to cognate on the stimulus. Okay, that's not a word, but either the categorization task or the one-back task. So when the subject is engaged in processing the stimulus, because we asked them to, we have data in the IPS, and one possible model is this IPS is inducing just a top-down scaling. So all that is a multiplication. So there's some free parameters here, technical details, but basically use the brain response in this other area just to modulate, in a sense, or scale the bottom-up response from these high-level visual regions, and that's it. And that's the prediction of this very simple model for what we might observe during the categorization and one-back tasks. So that's it. Certainly we should evaluate this model very carefully. Again, use cross-validation. I'll just go through this quickly. Here are actual data points in VWFA under the fixation, categorization, and one-back tasks. There's a lot of data points here. This is mean and standard error. But basically, we can take this model, leave one stimulus out, cross-validation, look at the predictions. That's shown in bright red here. So basically, the point of the slide is the red dots are very close to the experimental measurements. Okay. So again, that was quick, but just to give you a flavor of, the first few studies were just really about sensory processing, but that's definitely not the full story. So in this most recent study, we're interested in task effects or cognition and how that affects visual processing. And certainly this is not the end of the story, and there's many more studies and phenomena to study, but this was really just an example of how you can make headway into this using a modeling approach. Okay, so I think I'm okay on time. I'm basically done. I just want to mention there's a lot of technical and mathematical statistical detail that's involved in this type of research, especially also in the previous talks. Deep learning is a very technical subject. Obviously, we don't have time to get into it. I just want to mention, at least for me, what has been most useful in terms of learning about proper mathematical and computational techniques is this book, so I highly recommend it if you're curious. And again, in the type of modeling that we've done, there's many technical topics that are quite important, ranging from fitting and optimization and regularization and certainly model selection and interpretation and so on. Okay, so in summary, just to remind you what the kind of barrage of information I threw at you, after going through some general modeling principles, I sort of transitioned to the types of visual studies that my lab investigates, and using a very, again, specific type of approach where parsimony and interpretability and understanding are really important. And then I showed you 3 examples. The first was a very general setup of just using a large number of natural images and using a kind of a V1 inspired model from previous studies from electrophysiology to develop an encoding model and using that for decoding. You saw an example of a sort of a very focally specific study looking at one specific phenomena and developing some concepts of nonlinearities to accommodate the effects that we saw. And finally, you just saw an example of taking this to cognition and actually getting a little bit closer to, I guess, more psychological effects. Okay, that about covers it. This is the lab website if you're curious. There's a bunch of code and statistical resources up there. There's also a bunch of data sets that we make available. And last slide, since given the flavor of the previous talks, I just wanted to mention this other effort, which is totally different, but it's something that we just completed. And I guess in the spirit of big data and massive data resources and machine learning and that type of stuff, which is totally fine, of course, and can lead to all sorts of useful insights. Anyway, so that we just completed this data set acquisition effort where it's not millions of images, but it's up over 70,000 distinct images being shown to human observers while they were engaged in high field 7T fMRI measurements. And so this resource could potentially be used for all sorts of purposes, driving machine learning techniques and things like that. That's it, and hopefully you found this interesting. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Kenrick. It's time for questions and comments. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your talk. I was wondering, this last model, when you have the top-down process, so from your model, you find out that if you include this top-down, you can explain the data, the differences between these high-level visual areas responding linearly to contrast or not. How do you have then a model of brain function of how that might work in the brain?
Good question, sort of. It's in the paper. I mean, it's a multi-part paper, but the gist is, or our current working theory, it's definitely one of many possible explanations, is so the IPS has analogs in the monkey literature, certainly like lateral LIP, and so that's been studied in the context of decision making. So when you ask subjects to categorize the stimulus, so that was task number 2. The theory then, of course, we don't really have the right experiment to show it, but the theory is there is a decision-making process happening in the subject's head if they're a good subject, if they're compliant. Our specific task was a 3-way judgment, so it gets complicated already. You know, typically it's done using 2 alternate force choice, which makes the modeling a lot easier. But the theory then is it could be that parietal cortex is, because you ask the subjects to engage in the categorization task, is performing a sort of decision-making process. And maybe the nature of the top-down effects is this kind of feedback. So these sort of higher level or downstream areas that are trying to figure out what's on the screen, because we asked the subjects, is it a word or a face? And certainly some of the stimuli were ambiguous, and that was sort of the motivation. We made some of the stimuli not obvious. For example, low contrast stimuli are really faint. And so the reaction times, for example, were longer, and we have those data. And so the theory then, anyway, is that the decision-making areas from maybe IPS are maybe asking for sustained input or more visual input from the visual areas, and that is responsible for the top-down effects that we're observing there, if that makes sense. So in contrast, the fixation task, the stimuli are completely irrelevant. So you have all these visually evoked responses that the subject doesn't actually need to use for anything, and hence the responses might be lower. It's only when you ask the subject to interpret those visually evoked responses that you see these effects.
So the effect comes from a very slow fMRI that were like, at the beginning, those areas are contrast sensitive. It's just then they become contrasting sensitive with top-down, lower, an integration of activity over time, I guess.
Yes, I think you're getting at a very interesting interpretation. So the one detailed data points I showed you was a contrast response function in a sense, and you saw that for some strange reason, the curves actually got flattened almost. And in fact, the last task almost over flattened like this. I think what our interpretation is, you can no longer think of those as contrast response functions, right? It's a mixture of some sort of sensory contrast response function. It's a mixture of that plus these top-down effects. And I don't think the goal of these top-down effects was to make contrast tolerance or anything. I think all we're seeing is the consequence of some upregulation from some higher level brain region coming into visual cortex, potentially to increase the kind of visual information that is available from those areas.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, thank you for the talk. It's just a quick question regarding the concept of tolerance. How does it connect, or if it connects with adaptation? Neural adaptation, and because you were talking about dismissing the redundancy.
Yeah, that's a hard question. I'm not. Well, there could be a link. I don't. From my recollection, in terms of what people have said in literature, I'm not sure people have forged a link there. Yeah, okay. I guess my answer is I don't think people have proposed there's a specific link there, but certainly there could be one. So just to rephrase, I think you're proposing maybe a function of adaptation, so neural activity levels generally going down after an initial transient response. You're proposing maybe that is a way of achieving some sort of representational tolerance. It could be, but it would require some brainstorming.
I'm not proposing, but I'm just curious because sometimes we use different words to name the same process or trying to name, and this creates some confusion in who is watching, who is reading, who is knowing. So I was just wondering if you had that, if you were using a different concept but with a different meaning or not.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. We should be very clear about the words. But I think those two words have more or less very different definitions. So tolerance being defined as, I would define it as the response just doesn't change very much when you manipulate some stimulus property. Whereas adaptation is actually the reverse. The adaptation as a response changes a lot. It adapts, goes down. But it's typically not, well, it's a complicated story. But yeah, there could be a link,
Okay,
but we would have to
you.
think more about it.
So thank you for a wonderful talk. I was wondering, I have a very general question, whether some of the phenomena you talked about, visual processing as examples, do some of these translate into auditory processing? I know you've done some work there as well.
Hopefully. The people who study vision are often not the people who study audition, so it's actually quite hard, and it actually bugs me. We should have more communication across the fields. But I mean, your guess is as good as mine. In theory, the sensory cortices are probably employing similar algorithms at some level. Of course, there are some differences. Audition is heavily, dynamic, whereas vision people love to study images, which are static. And certainly that might translate into different, neural computational strategies, differences, but there's definitely similarities also. But yeah, I think this is an understudied topic.
Very nice talk. Let me get back to the philosophical remarks that you made at the beginning. It's difficult to compare models when they don't have overlapping domains, the generality or the depth at which they fit data, or the interpretability that you mentioned. But here's my puzzle. I see your nice data. I see your power functions compressing the input. And I see the way you address the first question, the language, how you speak about what different areas are doing. They don't know how to interpret what comes from another area. And all of a sudden, I see the mathematics, impeccable data, impeccable theory. I don't know, how do you combine this? You know, the language of mathematics, the language of models, and then the words that you attach to them, leave me, you know, I don't know, how do you glue them? How do you attach them? Because the way you interpret, the way you talk about different areas is common sense. They have to make decisions. And it's a task, top-down task effect. These are very broad. There is no theory there so far. But when you get the power function, and then you have nice data, beautiful, then I don't know how to put the pieces of the puzzle together, so to speak.
Good question. Was that a question? No, I
Just a comment.
I like that comment.
As I mentioned.
I'm on your side, or I'm not sure what side but I agree. We all use words, and language is very interesting. And I mean, we're in meta-land of science. What is science? I mean, we can't just put up computer code or pictures or data. We have to talk about the data, right? And let me propose this. I actually thought about this recently, but let me give you a thought experiment. Even if we were in this isn't about psychology or neuroscience. Suppose you were an AI researcher or a deep learning researcher or a statistician. They use words too. I mean, they program and they make code, and there's math behind the code. But we write papers and talk about models and talk about algorithms, and it's a challenge. And it's hard to do well. Writing is hard, coding is hard, math is hard, everything's hard. But the problem of words is not, I don't think, specific to psychology or neuroscience.
Yeah, we talk. That was not my point. Let me make it clearer. The question is theory. Of course it is based on words, but the question is your theory your mathematical equations, or there's more to it? And these disputes are very old. Are Maxwell's equations Maxwell's theory, or the theory goes beyond the equations? I can have the same power function and have very different interpretations. And in the past, in mathematical psychology, you have episodes of this sort, people reaching the same linear, nonlinear model, but filling it with substantially different theories that eventually you'd like them to make different predictions. But the point is that when I see many cognitive neuroscience talking, there is no theory. It's just common sense. Of course, it's words, and when you have a theory, you also have words, but are a different sort. You know, they are sort of domesticated common sense.
Okay, I understand your point now. Yeah, I agree. Or I wouldn't. It depends. There's a wide variety of cognitive neuroscience happening, but certainly many are atheoretical, which I agree is also not very satisfying. In visual neuroscience, I think, unfortunately or fortunately, we have a lot of background theory. I didn't talk about a lot of it here because it's, not everyone studies vision. But certainly, I agree. Yeah, so you can present these particular, you were picking on the power law. Yeah, I mean, that's just a mathematical function. And some of the interpretation that we were applying, actually, yeah, so the tolerance was an example. So that was, I think that counts as what you were calling a theory. I mean, maybe the brain doesn't want to build tolerant representation, but at least that's an idea out there. And the details of how it might do that in terms of computational mechanisms or neural mechanisms are, in a sense, a separate issue from the theory itself. So yeah, maybe I guess I agree. I think I'm separating, or I think you're raising a point that kind of separates interpretation into multiple levels of interpretation. There's the sort of low-level mathematical interpretation, which is hard work to do for like deep neural networks, but there's even a higher level interpretation level, which is linking, let's say you understand what the algorithm computes at a low level, but that's still a further step to talk about how that fits into a broader theory of cognition, or how does vision hook into the memory system, or how does that lead to action. And that's a higher level type of interpretation, which is also important in addition to the sort of more computational interpretation.
There's still one final question by Raquel.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. Yeah, I was wondering about your constraint modeling approach, right, that you presented at the beginning. So I completely agree with the features that you highlighted as advantages. I completely agree, but I was just curious to know whether you also see some weaknesses of this method, whether there are any weaknesses in your view.
Certainly, and it's maybe the age-old fight, as we've already seen in some of the slides. Prediction versus explanation, or prediction versus understanding. There's some subtle, more maybe philosophical differences there that people have written about recently. But yeah, obviously the limitation is power, or predictive power. And so what I've seen in some, in you guys' earlier talks was, actually, I think this is an interesting point. Thanks for bringing this up, because I want to comment on it. Computational techniques can enter in many different ways, and one of the themes that I saw in your talk was computational techniques or machine learning as tools. And if you think of them more as tools, then you want the tools to work, right? Engineering, or apply, and like accuracy to be high. And certainly you can use them as tools to tackle psychological research topics, and that's totally fine. And certainly this kind of constrained approach would not be great for that, because arguably there's a tension between how well you can predict some left out data versus how well a given technique or model can be understood. Here, I guess the goal was different. I'm not thinking of these methods as tools. I'm thinking of these as models in the deepest sense of, this is the core of how I think this part of the brain is processing the information. And so in that respect, I don't think of them as, they're tools in the it's like a tool for the scientist, but aside from that, I think it's different here, what I'm trying to do, which is so it's not, basically I'm not thinking, there are different ways to use the techniques. In this case, for this type of research, I'm not thinking them as tools, I'm thinking them as actual models that I want to understand. And so maybe there's a different emphasis here.
Okay, I think we can discuss further.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Kendrick. And we just concluded the first part of our conference. We'll have a shorter lunch break, 1 hour shorter, so no Portuguese lunch today. And we'll meet again at 2 o'clock here. Okay, thank you. So we have another fantastic set of speakers for the afternoon. We're going to discuss the role of computational neuroscience, computational modeling in psychological research. But this time we're going to have, as I said, another set of speakers, great speakers, starting with Gustavo Deco. He's a research professor at Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona. Is widely known for all his work on connectivity. He's a fantastic researcher. And we're very, very lucky to have him here. Immediately after Gustavo, we're going to have Joana, and another serendipitous thing is that Joana was Gustavo's doctoral student, and we're not trying to do this by, this is, it's not like we try to select people that knew each other in doctoral programs. That's not it, but it's just good people work together, it seems. So then we have Joana. Joana is a principal researcher at the University of Minho Medical School. And again, very, very glad to have her here. She's also theoretical and computational neuroscientist. And she is also biomedical engineering by education. And then finally, we're going to have, sorry, by the way, Gustavo, as you can see, is on Zoom. And then we'll have Nico Kriegerskort, also on Zoom. Nico is a professor also at the Columbia University. And again, he's also widely known for his computational approach to cognitive neuroscience, a lot of fantastic results and methods that he has put out. And as I said, overall, the group of 3 people that we're going to have in the afternoon is as good as the fantastic people we had in the morning. So I think we're going to have another great conference. Without any further ado, I'm going to pass it to Gustavo. Gustavo is, you can hear me, right? Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation and for giving me the possibility to talk about my research in this occasion, and thank you for the introduction to all organizers, and especially to Jorge. I'm so happy to see, at least online, Joana. We still continue working together, by the way. So the title of my talk today is Turbulence. It's the Turbulent Brain, a provocative title, and what I'm trying to convince you in a very short time is to discuss some new tools which are coming originally from the turbulence theory, which of course has nothing to do with the brain, has to do with fluid dynamics. But we will see that there are a lot of commonalities between the fluid dynamics and brain dynamics. And we can use those tools in the context of cognitive neuroscience for trying to deepen our understanding of the brain. I will try to motivate first, before going into the details of the real presentation. We'll start with an historical issue, which is actually the person that introduced the word turbulence. In this word, that was in Italian, was turbulenza, and the person that introduced that was Leonardo da Vinci. I mean, and he took that from the Latin, of course, from turba, which means crowd. And I tell you this not just for historical reasons, but I think we are meeting here the first motivation. At that time, Leonardo was really very much impressed, and this is what he was trying to capture in his drawings, about this mixture between order and disorder that he was observing in the context of fluid dynamics. So when he was observing that some water falling in a pond of water, or there's an interaction in the course of the flow of a river, and then he observed that on one side everything looks really a little bit random, disordered, crowded, as he designed that. But on the other hand, he also realized that there was a lot of order behind this or on top of this disorder. For example, the emergence of those wheels, of those vortices that during the last centuries were studied a lot, and he was already able to capture that in his drawing. So, and the same situation we have, mentioned that because the same situation we have in neuroscience. Sometimes when we are analyzing our favorite brain signals, fMRI, MEG, EEG, local field potentials, single cells recording, etc., what we see is a lot of noise, and apparently everything looks pretty much crowded, but on the other hand, we know that a lot of order, or we need to have a lot of order because we are processing in a very efficient way information. So just a couple of words about the historical development after Leonardo. Of course, the whole field entered in physics, and people started really mechanistically to try to understand turbulence. And here comes the second motivation. It's the reason why I'm telling this historical excursion. I mean, the beginning, people were trying to make sense of this very complex macroscopic phenomenon with a very ab initio bottom-up approach. And it's exactly what we are trying to do, or what we believe, some labs believe it during the last decades, that we should be doing now, especially in the context of computational neuroscience. Meaning, Euler, for example, was the first one that trying to explain fluid dynamics from really basic principles, from microscopic principles. Nowadays, or since a couple of decades, we are trying to explain the brain, the complexity of the brain, the macroscopic level, so brain dynamics, cognition, computation, etc. Also following an ab initio approach. So we know how the building block works, we know how neurons works, and we try to put all these neurons together, all these equations together, Hodgkin-Huxley, all the equations of synapses and so on, and perhaps we are lucky and then we get really an explanation of the macro phenomenon. And that was exactly the same point of view in physics. So Euler, of course, was unable to express turbulence, by the way, because he failed to include a term, a mechanism, which is fundamental in turbulence, that is the viscosity, and that was, in fact, discovered a couple of years, basically a century afterward, separately by Navier and Stokes, and they improved it and practically generated the equation in fluid dynamics, which is the Navier-Stokes equation, which includes viscosity, and is able, in an ab initio bottom-up form, to at least to model the emergence of, or some aspect of the emergence of turbulence. Nevertheless, I mean, we will see that there were a revolution. Before that, I mean, I would love to mention Hopf, because as you probably know, and if not, I will mention in this talk, I mean, the Hopf model is a model that we use a lot in the context of brain dynamics. The Hopf model is nothing else as a generalization of an oscillator. The typical oscillator is a Kuramoto oscillator. When the oscillator is allowed to change amplitude, even to disappear the oscillation, so that the amplitude goes to zero, is called an Stewart-Landau oscillator, or Hopf oscillator, or Hopf bifurcation. And for me, it was astonishing to discover that actually Hopf generated this technology and this framework, even during his PhD thesis, that was in the context of turbulence. And it turned out that exactly those elements were very good during the last, I would say, 5 years, 6 years, for being used in the context of neuroscience. The big revolution was by Andrei Kolmogorov, and I mentioned that because he realized that all this ab initio bottom-up approach was really meaningless. And in fact, they say, I mean, we should stop really trying to solve the Navier-Stokes equation in all possible conditions, or trying to understand really the most essential part of turbulence with a Navier-Stokes equation, like now in neuroscience. And therefore, he proposed it a phenomenological theory. Actually, it's not a phenomenological theory. I would call it a statistical theory, but originally the name was a phenomenological theory of turbulence. Basically, he renounced it, as we will do, to try to have a microscopic ab initio explanation and try really to make sense and to understand the role of turbulence. For him was fluid dynamics, for us will be the brain dynamics. Kuramoto was the third person that I want to mention. I mean, a key person was Hoff, second Kolmogorov, and the third person, Kuramoto, that he basically started to use the framework of turbulence for the first time in a non-fluid context, like we are trying to do now. And he was trying to do that in the context of couple oscillators. And given that we are using couple oscillators for modeling the brain, then it's practically really a small step to do the link with turbulence. This is what I'm trying to do today. So in this movie, in this cartoon, what you see is basically the typical vortices, the wheels that we see in turbulence. And there is a very beautiful observation that was practically the departing point for Kolmogorov and for the theory of Kolmogorov. That was done by Louis Richardson, and he expressed in a little poem that you will see now later in the next slide. Basically, the observation was that there are wheels of different sizes, and those wheels of different sizes seems to build up a hierarchical organization. So this is the poem of Richardson that was basically paraphrasing the Jonathan Swiss Siphonaptera, and basically was trying to describe this hierarchical, this cascade between the wheels. And that was that was interpreted by Kolmogorov and was the starting point of the phenomenological theory, because he interpreted this hierarchical organization of the wheels as a very elegant mechanism for implementing an efficient transmission of energy and consequently of information across space and time. In fact, I mean, this is a cartoon, but here what you see in the logarithmic scale of the space, this ordering, this hierarchical ordering of the size of large wheels to medium wheels to smallest wheels. And given that the energy in this case, in the context of fluid dynamics, is just kinetic energy, and it's just velocity, then it's very intuitive that you are transmitting information from the large scale to the small scale in a very efficient way, because the energy here, the velocity here will be transmitted to the next medium wheels and this to the next level and so on. And at the end of the day, he was expecting to have a very efficient transmission of energy. And that probably would give the why of turbulence that was the main motivation of Kolmogorov. Kolmogorov studied that with a very simple concept that's by casuality. It's called structure functions, has nothing to do with what we call a structure or what we call functions in the context of neuroscience. It's really casuality. The formal definition of structure function is just the average across space and time of the quadratic differences of the displacement of your variable. In his case, it was velocity because he was interested in fluid dynamics. In our case, will be neural activity. For example, I will focus today on fMRI, so will be Ball signals. And what is important here is to see that the displacement is just a function of the Euclidean distance, so it's not a vector. So meaning that, and that is well known in the context of turbulence, and we will see today that in the context of the brain, that is independent of the directionality and of the position. So it's not a vector, so meaning that it's homogeneous and isotropic. Even more, if you develop this, and this is trivial maths, basically the main part of this structure function is this element, and that is nothing else as the functional connectivity. That is what we call functional connectivity in the context of neuroscience. If you have our Ball signals or EEG signals, it's basically the correlations between two signals in two positions of the brain. The only difference is that instead of having that in a given parcellation, the main interest is really to see how this evolves as a function of the distance between the location of the two signals. And in fact, Kolmogorov was able to show during many years that in fact, I mean, this hierarchical organization discovered by Richardson and using the concept of structural functions and functional connectivity, there is a certain range in space, which is called the subinertial range, where in fact this structural connectivity, which is related with the transmission of information, of energy, or with the functional connectivity, so the transmission of information, show a power law. And that's the important take-home message. This power law means that it's very efficient in transmitting information and energy. And that is basically a great motivation to see if we would have also those power laws in the context of brain dynamics, and if those power laws are related or are a consequence of turbulence, and if those tools are helping us to understand a little bit more the basic principles of brain dynamics. I will try to show now in the first step, very briefly, just empirically using some basic tools of turbulence, structural functions and some extra elements that I will present in the next slides. That's brain dynamics is in fact turbulent. Of course, at that point, we will not know if that is just anecdotal, it's an epiphenomenon, or is really useful for something. And in fact, I mean, we will, in order to solve this problem, we will go to the level of whole brain modeling, and we'll try to explain the emergence of turbulence from a causal mechanistic point of view, meaning using a whole brain model of couple oscillators, and in particular couple Hopf oscillators. And then at the very end, I will just come back to the starting point of my talk, namely to show and to relate that with the efficient transmission of information in form of power law. So the data that I will use are the data from the HCP, from the Human Connectome project. We decided to go for that because our brain, that we need, of course, the whole brain, so fMRI is a good context. They are high quality. As you know, there are 2 resting state sessions of 20-something minutes. The TR is fantastic, it's 0.72 seconds. They're pretty well standardized, and we have a lot of subjects. In fact, we analyzed 1,003 subjects at that point. In particular, we will take a parcellation that is pretty fine, given that, as I try to motivate at the beginning, one of the most important variables in the context of a structural function or functional connectivity is the distance. Because in fact, the power law will emerge as a function of the distance in the normal space. And therefore, we decided to go for a relatively fine parcellation. We took the Schaeffer parcellation with 1,000 cortical nodes. So this is the most technical slide, but I think it's relatively easy to understand, and I will try to give you a flavor of the main concept behind here. Actually, that is due to Kuramoto, as I mentioned at the very beginning, and this is the way how he analyzed the couple oscillators by using tools of turbulence, with the right at some point to have dynamics in a system of couple oscillators, which we can call turbulent. The idea is very simple. We study a system of non-local couple oscillators. So we have your favorite oscillators, could be the Kuramoto oscillator. In this case, actually he took the Stewart-Landau oscillators, or the Hopf oscillators, a little bit more general, in a space and time, in a continuous space, so was a ring and time, therefore we have 2 variables. And basically these 2 term is defined in the Stewart-Landau oscillators. But then we couple them And the typical coupling, of course, include the summation and integral in the continuous space, trying to couple all the oscillators in another distance with the local oscillator at a given distance x, and then we have, of course, distortion of noise. The main difference is that, as you know, Kuramoto studied a lot many conditions, for example, nearest neighbors or full coupled system of oscillators and so on. But in this case, he was especially interested in what he called the non-local coupled oscillator. Non-local means that there is a weighting function here, which is extremely simple. It's just an exponential function. So what that means is that we are generalizing a little bit the nearest neighbor coupling. So I'm not only connected with the guy nearby, but a little bit, I am broadening my range of influence with the exponential decay. Fantastic. So standard system, interesting just to study. The way how he studied is by using the order parameters. And as you know, there is a very well-known order parameter, the global Kuramoto order parameter, which is basically the summation of the exponent of the imaginary part of the phases. And this is a number that's, it's a complex number, of course. And if you take the module, which will be here denoted by R, it's a number between 0 and 1. And 0 means that there is no synchronization, 1, there is full synchronization. And we are using this a lot in the context of neuroscience. But in this case, he extended the concept to the local version of the Kuramoto order parameter by including exactly this weighting term, this coupling, this non-local coupling term, so the exponential decay. And in fact, if you introduce this, then you get a local version, because now the module will depend on X and on T, and this module have exactly the same interpretation at the level of synchronization, but now instead of being the global level of synchronization, it's the local level of synchronization. In fact, this is a simulation from Kuramoto as a function of time and for all position in the space. And what you see in color is the R, so the level of synchronization, the local Kuramoto order parameter within 0 and 1. And what you see is basically this evolution and this rich evolution and this rich change in the level of synchronization. There are regions which are really highly synchronized locally and regions which are not synchronized, and they are changing all the time. And this is basically a reminiscence of the wheels, of the vortices that we were observing in the context of turbulence. And in fact, he associated the variability of this. In the case of global Kuramoto order parameter, the variability will be only across time, and this is what we call metastability. Here is a little bit more general, because now we can consider the variability also across space. So it's the variability across space and time. So it's a generalized local metastability, but the significance is the same, is the richness of the dynamical repertoire. And if this variance is large enough, that means that we can call or we can associate a turbulent regime to that particular system. So the first game, I mean, just concentrate on this left part of the picture, just the box plot. The other are just double check. I mean, we took all the subject of the HCP, the whole brain, of course, and the whole duration. So we have done average across space and time, do the box plot across subjects, and basically we calculate the variance of the local Kuramoto order parameter to see how rich is our extended metastability. And if this is different from 0, that means that we are turbulent. And as you see here, we are different from 0, so we are turbulent. Of course, in order to claim that we are turbulent, you need to contrast this statistically with different type of surrogate. This is just the most simple surrogate with shuffling in the time, and it's strongly and largely very significant. Perhaps more informative, just to give you the flavor of what's going on, is to show snapshots of the phases of the 1,000 nodes. So for each picture, we have the 1,000 nodes of the Schaeffer parcellation and the phases of each of the signals. So remember, I mean, these are both signals, and we extract the phases the standard way by using the Hilbert transform. And well, we should plot this in an instant in time, and then we plot this for different instant in time. So this is across time, this is across space. And what you see here are those clusters, which are exactly those wheels of local synchronization, which are changing very rapidly in time and are, of course, very heterogeneous for a given time across space. If you take the surrogates, of course, you don't see any kind of structure. And that is basically reflecting the turbulence. This is what I call the Hollywood version of the turbulence, in the sense that now you render basically that. You do the same as what Kuramoto have done with his system, but now with real data, using the phases of the ball signals. And instead of using a 1D system, we have a 3-dimensional system, and we render this on the 3D brain or on a flatted brain. And what you see here is a particular subset of the HCP. And in this movie, what you see how rich is the dynamics, and this the region of this dynamics reflected in the variance of the local Kuramoto, or the parameter across space and time, and this variance is exactly what is telling us that the system is turbulent. So I hope that in the brief, I mean in a criminal way, try to demonstrate that the brain dynamics, at least as evidenced with fMRI, is turbulent. The question now is, and is that important, or it's not important? I mean, it's changed my life because I know that it's turbulent, or did I learn something new, or it's just semantic? I mean, and at the moment for me, it would be only semantic. Even if I am coming originally from physics and I like the semantic of physics, I mean, so I was happy to say, oh yeah, brain dynamics is turbulent, fantastic. But really, if you are honest with yourself and say, yeah, but that is not changing really radically my life. So, but like Kolmogorov, I mean, now the intention is, but turbulence is there for something. I mean, Kolmogorov was able to relate that with an efficient transmission of information. And of course, the motivation for us is exactly the same. Turbulence is there not just by causality, it's not an epiphenomenon, but it's there just because we are trying to relate that with an efficient transmission of energy and, of course, of information, which is one of the basic aspects of communicability that we need in the brain, at least to have really a very rapid and efficient way of transmitting information across space and across time. And in order to do that, we will go for a model. In modeling at the brain level, as you know, are too many ingredients. One ingredient are the anatomy, and the second ingredient is the dynamics. And you practically glue both together in order to explain the macroscopic dynamics. This is the basic idea of whole brain modeling. In this case, we will follow the standard philosophy of whole brain models. So we will have also the two ingredients, but with some particular aspects or features that we decided to study in order to relate that directly with our main question, which is why turbulent. Let's concentrate first on the anatomy. These are track tracing studies from the lab of Henry Kennedy. Just concentrate on the panel B. It's the most interesting. And it's reflecting that the number of connections in massive track tracing studies performed in the monkeys. Nowadays, he's reproducing this in marmoset. The Allen Institute have done this in mice and obtained the same results. The astonishing result is that the distribution of connections, of anatomical connections, is isotropic and homogeneous. The first astonishing thing. It's not important where you are, not important in which direction you go. The amount of connections is always the same. And it's showing an exponential decay. This is the reason why we call this the exponential Markov-Kennedy distance rules. An astonishing simplification. In fact, I mean, because we don't have track tracing studies and we're in humans and we are using human data, from the HDP, we have a massive tractography DMRI data, evidencing the underlying structural and anatomical connectivity. And in fact, by putting all those 1,000 data together, we were able to fit an exponential function, meaning that even if the quality of the DMRI is really much more catastrophic than the track tracing studies, but even at that level of quality, the exponential distance rules is a good approximation. So that now in our model, we will put these two typical ingredients, but instead of using now the normal anatomical matrix, so the standard tractography DTI, we use the approximation of the tractography at the group level. We fit the lambda, the decay, on the 1,000 individuals. So we have a parametric form of that. And of course, we have a phi variable, which is the level of coupling. This is what we call the global coupling. Therefore, we call that G. And it's a free variable. We have no idea. It's effectivity. We are assuming that the effectivity is the same everywhere. Of course, it's just a reductionist, but just in order to simplify. And it's the only thing that we need to guess, or we need to investigate carefully. And so this is the main variable to investigate. And the second key ingredient we already mentioned, so I will not lose too much time on that, is the structure function. Instead of analyzing the brain as we usually analyze the brain, using the functional connectivity, or using the functional connectivity dynamics or metastability that we could do, and in fact we do also, by the way, but we will look at that under the particular perspective of Kolmogorov, namely the functional connectivity, but the functional connectivity as a function of the distance, of the Euclidean distance between the different points. So it's just a nuance. So this is one of the important results. So as you see here is the G value, so the free parameter. So therefore we do an exhaustive search. So we investigate all possible values from 0 to some limit. The blue curve is evidencing basically the level of fitting of these structure functions. So meaning if you have a low value, you are fitting the data. And you are fitting the data in a reasonable way. So meaning that the working point, so where the model is able to fit the data is particularly here, it's around 0.8, something like that. The minimum of the blue curve. On top of that, you can now, in the model, calculate the turbulence as you have calculated the turbulence in the empirical data. In fact, in the empirical data, is this dashed line, the mean value over all subjects, was around 0.2, as you remember, is here. And the turbulence of the model for the different parameter is this red curve. What you see is that at the working point, you have a perfect fit of the turbulence, which is good. And it's also not so astonishing. Of course, this is a good observable and it's constraining enough. I mean, we should be consistent. But the most important thing is that it seems that at that working point, the turbulence has a tendency to be maximal. And that means that that cannot be a casuality. So perhaps the system decided to work at that particular point, because at that particular point, maximizes the turbulence, and by maximizing the turbulence, it obtained some benefit. And the benefit that's obtained, forget the other graphic in this context, the benefit that you obtain can be quantified in different ways. So we use different measures of information transmission. The most basic is susceptibility. So how sensitive is the system when you perturb the system? And you see that it has a reasonable level of susceptibility, so practically maximal. It's not the maximum, but it's practically maximal at the working region. The more sensitive measure is when the perturbations are random and you are trying to decoding those randomness. So it's a kind of entropy of the inputs perturbation, how much in the entropy of the dynamics you can encode. You see that here more clearly there is a maximum of this encoding of information at that particular working point. And that's, I mean, even if it's not a demonstration, is correlating the emergence of maximal turbulence with maximal information transmission. Other measures like segregation, integration, combination of that, of course, is what we need. can be also studied and has the tendency to be maximized at that particular level. Okay, this is just a movie showing the repetition of the movie that we have seen before. In particular, it's exactly the same subject. So these are the real empirical data showing the level of turbulence, this richness in the variability across space-time of the local level of synchronization. And this is the model for the optimal value, the working point. And you see how similar they are. Of course, it's not astonishing because as you have seen, the variability was a perfect fit of the empirical variability. Just to finish my talk today, I was just to mention very briefly one aspect that was a very important aspect for the study of turbulence, namely the existence of power law that you remember that were found by Kolmogorov and was basically the main gain of this phenomenological theory. And we were curious to know if we would have also such kind of power law in the context of turbulence. There are many double checks. Just to keep the story short, let's concentrate on the main functions. Structure function, or as you remember, a cousin of the structure function was the functional connectivity, the pair correlation, and even look nicer. So there is a range, like the subinertial range in fluid dynamics, where we show a clear power law, even we check the goodness of fitting, and in for that particular range, this is just the mean value of the pair correlation over all space, time, and subjects. This is just the dispersion over the subjects and so on. But we have this efficient transmission of information as a function of the distance. This is the distance in the brain. And that is basically another reason why seems to be that turbulences, they are not just by casualty. There are many more, but I don't have the time to go into the details. But just to give you a flavor of the usefulness, not only of the tools, which are interesting per se. I always say, and I finish just with that, I mean, to show that, before saying that, sorry, that of course, the model is able to reproduce the data and is able to reproduce the power law of the data. So, what I wanted to say, just as my final remark, I mean, the tools are useful per se, and in reality has nothing to do with turbulence, if you want. I mean, it's astonishing that nobody came to the idea of use a local version of synchronization before. Actually, when you observe those things a posteriori, you say, why I have not done this before? I mean, because, well, we were not aware of that. I mean, thanks to the turbulence theory that they were using this locality as one of the main ingredients everywhere, we are using these tools now in the context of neuroscience and are per se extremely useful. But on top of the usefulness of the tools, I think the main take-home message is that this very basic default mode of the brain dynamics is even more default than the default resting state network. It's a very basal type of dynamics, a very fundamental core of the dynamics, which is there just because it's the underlying skeleton that you need to have an efficient communicability. And on top of that, now you can start to try to implement useful things like cognition, computation, concrete stuff. So I think I finish here so that we have some time for questions as I was required. I just want to thank my dear friend Morten. It was the good times in Barcelona pre-pandemic. Drinking coffee. So thank you for your attention. And I'm, of course, ready for it.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. I don't know if there's any questions. I'm sure there are lots of questions. I'll start then. There are actually a lot of questions that I would have about role of turbulence in. You spoke about efficient transmission of information. That's great. That relates to cognition. But if I understood it correctly, it starts locally in a way. So how does that relate also to the difference between local segregation and long distance connections? So that you do have local segregation, perhaps who knows, due to these more turbulent local wheels, or however you want to call them, and then you do have passage of information that's long distance. Is there any relationship between these two?
Yeah, it's a very interesting and deep question. I try to criminally answer that in a couple of minutes, but it's really very deep. I tell you something before answering, which is there is a remark of Henry Kennedy when he finished his talks that always impressed me, when he tells the story of the exponential distance rule in monkeys, coming from track tracing studies. At the end of the talk, he say, I know that everybody are astonished in the exponential distance rule. They like and they love the exponential distance rule so much. He said, to be honest with you, for me, the most interesting thing are the exceptions. And there are exceptions. There are little exceptions. But in fact, we calculated the exceptions in the DTI. There are around 1% exceptions. So connections which are long range distance connections, we are violating the exponential distance rule. It's not much, 1%. You can say, well, just noisy perturbation. No, they are not noisy perturbation. And your question is related with that. I think I have, we were very much interested in this type of question. And in fact, the cartoon version of that question is, if we have this, this is just a cartoon of the exponential distance rule, but we have on top of that some crucial exceptions in the long range. The first question is, so are they really provoking something, and when they are provoking something? And the answer is long, but just the take-home message is, of course, they are helping, and they're helping a lot because the underlying regime is turbulent. If the underlying regime wouldn't be turbulent, they wouldn't be so relevant. They would be really just 1% of meaningless exceptions. But given that the turbulence is amplifying, and it's related with this localization and this variability and changing all the time across space and time, is given those particular fixed long-range connections an extremely important role. In fact, we were showing that they are practically building up the resistant network. Therefore, what I was saying practically at the end is that I see turbulence as the most basal really default dynamics, even more basal than the rising state networks. And because the rising state networks are evolving basically on top of the turbulence because of the long range exceptions.
Interesting. I'll continue then. Another issue that could be interesting, I don't know if this relates or not, but if turbulence is related with efficiency of transmission of information, can we boost it, or can we stop it in a sense? And I'm thinking about non-invasive, obviously, non-invasive neurostimulation techniques that presumably might be related with either increasing noise or oscillations or stuff. I'm talking about TDCS, TRNRS, etc. Is that something that relates to this? Would you see differences in the exponential distance rule if you start playing around with local stimulations that tag particular frequencies that are important for these kinds of processes?
Yeah. Of course, it's not modifying the anatomy. So the exponential distance rule is fixed, but the evolution, so perturbation, in fact, provoke a difference in the level of turbulence. So the variability change. That is a fact. This is basically how we measure the information capability. Because we perturb the model, that was turbulent, and we basically observed it in the change of the turbulence, how much the inputs were encoded there. So we know that that works. The question is, can we use this in a useful way and in a controlled way, so that we cause something? Of course, I don't know the answer. My speculation is perhaps it's still, even if it is a much more refined measure because it's local, spatial, and temporal, perhaps it's still too global for being really the right measure to try to increase. Definitively, what I believe is that if you perturb and you can perturb it in a way so that turbulence increase, and you are interested in increasing turbulence for whatever reasons, then you will reach that. The problem is that there are probably infinite ways of have larger turbulence, and not all the infinites are meaningful, and you are looking for the one that is meaningful. But definitively can be controlled onshore, can be increased, decreased, and that should be associated with different aimed brain state, but probably it will be not fine enough to adjust really as you want the final targets.
Thanks. So I don't know. Oh, there's a question in the audience. Let's give us a second. Okay.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I was wondering, you talked about spontaneous brain activity, yeah? So the default mode. How much would these turbulence dynamics explain stimulus-evoked responses? And in particular, how, say, you have information transmission from one area to the other, say the visual system where you have primary visual cortex and then the other areas being activated. Would these dynamics be important for transmission in that situation?
In the context of evoked information, we don't know. I mean, because we use it, the only cases that we studied, that we were able to study, was in the context of the models, and of course in the context of the models, the only stimulation that we can use is by definition artificial. So are genuine really perturbations. In that context, we studied really how the information is transmitted, and that is the case. That turbulence. I don't think that turbulence is per se transmitting information. I think turbulence is just the medium that allows the transmission of information. This is how I think today. I'm not giving any guarantee that tomorrow I will think in the same way, but today I think in that way. What we have done, and I think I have, I have here, is we define it. I mean, on top of turbulence, informations that have different names. We call information flow, information cascade, but that really measuring variables across space and time, and basically it's a measure of the information transmitted across space and time. Not evoked, but at least just naturally transmitted, because the system are in a particular resting state. In fact, as you see here, I mean, this case is coma, in this case is sleep, in this case is meditation. So what that means is that in the extreme case, really, you know, even the system is not aware of any evoked sensorial perturbation, but just the intrinsic way of transmitting the information is different. And of course, this is related with the level of turbulence. So for different states, like here, extreme coma, minimal consciousness of control, of course, the level of turbulence is significantly different. Sorry, that's the level of turbulence. But the level of information transmission and information flow is also different. So from that point of view, I cannot answer directly your question, because as I say, evoked activity was not a story. It could be studied, because in fact, I mean, we can do exactly the same business by comparing resting with the task situation, and then see whatever change. I mean, in fact, we are going a little bit in that direction, using the task condition of the HAP, and then we expect at least to see which part of the brain are mainly responsible for transmitting information differently in the case of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. I don't think there's any other questions. So again, thank you very much for your talk. It was great. And for accepting our invitation.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue, and we're going to have Joana Cabral present our talk. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation also, and looking forward. The floor is yours.
To be here, to come finally to a live, in-presence talk. And I'm really happy to be here, and I want to start by thanking you all for organizing this. I will continue. It is a pleasure to talk after Gustavo, and let me say I try to avoid equations, so given the audience, and just to follow up. So after my PhD with Gustavo in Barcelona, I went to the Department of Psychiatry in Oxford for a postdoc. And that's where I started to get really interested about psychiatry and how neuroimaging can help in psychiatry. And in a way, in neuroscience, I think we've been discussing this, it's divided into these fields. There are the people who are more neuronal based, right? But it seems that this whole brain activity, whole brain patterns that are being captured with functional magnetic resonance imaging seem to relate more to psychiatry and to provide insights into this psychophysiology and psychopathology. So I'm going in this direction. So overall, I divide my talk in 3 parts. I will explain a bit about brain network dynamics, then how these networks are altered in some conditions, and what we can learn from these results about how we can interpret psychopathology from these perspectives. So in a way, I'm not going to talk about, so in computational models, you have just the model itself, but the model, it can be used to test a theory, or to propose a theory and to understand what is behind the signals that we are observing. And it is in that direction that sometimes we talk, it's not just computational neuroscience, but also theoretical neuroscience, right? As Gustavo's lab was called theoretical and computational neuroscience. So from a different perspective of what we saw before, what has been intriguing me is this formation of these patterns of activity that are called the networks or functional networks that appear to be involved in the diverse cognitive and behavioral and emotional processes. So it seems that this high-order processing is not localized, right, in a single neural population, but it is involving the integration or the engagement of different brain areas together. And these networks, these patterns of activity, have been related to different disorders and have been shown to be modulated by different control strategies, let's say, be they more invasive, like with drugs or electromagnetic stimulation, but also through cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness. So this is a paper by Leanne Williams, I think you probably know. But so what is driving these patterns, right? What are these generative mechanisms? What couples these brain areas together? So we know there is a structural connectome, like Gustavo said, like where different brain areas, there are wires or axonal projections between brain areas. But then why does, in the same that we can assume it's quite static structural connectivity or anatomy, let's say, why do we see this formation of different patterns of activity? So in a way, what we are capturing is that when we collect the fMRI signals, so inside the magnetic resonance scanner, these brain areas exhibit, so at the same time, they exhibit an increase in activity and a decrease. So what are the principles behind this, and can we get insights into neuroimaging data? So at some point I was feeling we can be modeling things, but I still don't know. I want to get more empirical evidence, and to get empirical evidence and to drive a theory, we need to look better to brain activity. So as I discussed, you have this structural connectivity that is called like the fiber tracts, and then we have this functional connectivity, which is driven by correlated activity, right, between different brain areas. So one of the things, so we can detect two seeds in brain activity and then measure the functional connectivity. So imagine a lot of brain areas, here would be like 90 brain areas. We see how each brain area is connected to the other. But the thing nowadays is that this connectivity is dynamic, so how the different brain areas are connected together is not constant over time. So we have these weird patterns of correlation, and it's hard to disentangle. It appears quite noisy, but we see the constant formation of some patterns in these matrices that, using some analysis, we can see that there is this transient coupling between the different functional subsystems, so between different brain areas. So if this is looking at the eigenvectors, I will show it a bit later how this is done, but it really shows that over time we can see some patterns that reoccur over time. So they are not very clean, they are a bit dirty, but consistently across subjects, we see this more visual, the DMN sometimes forms as well, the frontoparietal, so it's very interesting. So this goes in line, this is aligned with these resting state networks that have been described in the literature, so there's a lot of literature. Some people, Gustavo, I know, he says, no, they don't exist, the resting state networks, but no, I've seen them and they keep coming out like in, I don't know, more than 30 data sets, and they're always there, so there must be something. There are these patterns of activity that seem to be attractive, and so we need better analysis frameworks to understand them and to not only the physiology of them, but also the relevance for psychiatry, so we need to compare across conditions. So this method that I kind of developed, also in continuation with work we did with Gustavo and all of that, it's called like leading eigenvector dynamics analysis that characterizes at each instant of time how so the leading eigenvector captures the phase relationships between brain areas. But the cool thing is when we cluster, like at each instant of time we see a different pattern, right? If we cluster this across all the subjects we have, across a large data set, but even data sets with 10 subjects, we get these patterns. We find that there is a mode that is called more the global mode. So the first one, the one with high probability, like all the activity goes all in phase. But then the second mode, sometimes it appears in third position depending on probability, on the task, the default mode network. Then we have the frontoparietal network, a more subcortical limbic network, dorsal attention, visual, somatomotor. So these type of patterns reoccur consistently across the brain, and they overlap with these known functional brain subsystems. So the idea, like as I said, so we cluster this into this brain activity, but this allows us to decompose brain activity or to interpret brain activity as a trajectory in state space. So imagine each of these crosses represents one of those patterns, and it's not that we just jump from one to one, but at each instant of time, the activity is in this, so each point represents the point that is moving an instant of time. The closest it is to each of the centroids, or each of the different cluster centroids, the crosses, it will be assigned to this state. So you see the different colors mean whenever it's yellow, it means that the activity approached more the somatomotor network, for example. So having this description of brain activity, we can as well here, for example, to see, so we have the fMRI signals over time, and each bar over time says, okay, whenever we see blue, it means that the activity pattern seems to be more related to what we are observing in this, like in this network, this centroid. And another thing that we can do is to calculate also the probabilities of switching between these these different patterns. And these are tools from dynamical systems theory. So if you have a dynamical system, you can have a boring dynamical system that is always doing the same thing, right? Or you can have a dynamical system that spontaneously switches between different patterns. And so you define the different states, and then you can evaluate the transitions between these states. And this is what is called the Markov chain transition probabilities, let's say. So you can calculate what is the probability of switching from one state to the other. So there isn't a discrete or a trajectory, so it's not always switching from the default mode network to the frontal parietal to that. No, there is a probability of switching from one state to the other. So it reminds us also dynamical systems, these different theories for atoms, molecules, things. One thing that we noticed is that, for example, there is always more probability of remaining in this global mode. So 77% in the next time point, if you are in the global mode, you will remain there. But then with some probability, you will switch to the default mode network, to the somatomotor network, to the visual network. And then there's like 50% probability of remaining there in this thing. Wait just 1 second, because it's giving some error. So one of the things is that this may be like the main attractor, and then the others, so this is one interpretation that dynamical systems theory can give us, is so it appears that there are these kind of ghost attractors in the sense that the dynamics visits them, but then returns to baseline, right? So, but this is during resting state. Like, would the probability of these different states increase or change during the different tasks? So there is this idea, right, that brain activity, so it is not exclusive. It's not that at each instant of time you are only in one. We are just capturing the one that is dominant in time, but of course each instant of time can be characterized by simultaneous activations of different networks and more. I will talk about this. But one thing that is important is that this allows us to obtain single scan metrics. So based on this theoretical framework that we have these different modes of activity, for each scan, so imagine we have a subject that enters the scan, we can calculate how often or what was the probability of being in a given of these patterns. And it was an hypothesis, so we decided to try it, to see if this has any relevance for psychology or for psychiatry, right? Because we can think of many methods and many measures, and in theory, every possible mathematical algorithm has been applied to brain activity over the last 100 years. But the thing is to find the ones that are relevant. So the thing is, does it relate to cognition, to clinical symptoms, or even preclinical symptoms? Does it have individual characteristics? Also, can it be modulated? Like we say, what is the change with a given task, with a psychoactive drug, electromagnetic stimulation, natural stimuli? So then I'll talk here, the second part, about how we use this tool to detect altered network dynamics. So one of the things I was mentioning is that we don't really know how many of these patterns exist, right? In theory, there would be infinite, or maybe not, or maybe it's a discrete number. But the thing is that, so we can cluster. So here what this represents is, the first line is if we cluster, like the whole sample, this was from the Human Connectome project, the HCP data set that Gustavo was talking about, where we have 100 healthy unrelated participants who were scanned at different scanners around the world, but always with the same parameters. And we find that if we cluster into two states, we get the global and another that had a big overlap with the default mode network. So they are colored here in this pyramid according to the overlap with reference functional network. Then if we divided in three, we had like the global, the default, and the kind of dorsal attention visual network. Then if we divide in 4, we had more networks. If we divided in 5 for that paper, then we chose into 5. So we had the global, the default mode, the frontal parietal, the visual, and the somatomotor network. Okay? And then as we keep increasing, we get more and more fine-grained, right? Because we just tell the algorithm, the clustering, now divide this into 2, or divide this into 10. So when we divide into 10, we get more patterns that come out. So as we see, like for example, from k equals 7, we start seeing a network that is more subcortical, that didn't have any overlap with a known functional subsystem. Then from k equals 9, as we divide, we start detecting the limbic system as well. So there is this thing, but then we don't know what is the best to differentiate between the conditions. We can use an algorithm to evaluate the best clustering performance, but usually these algorithms are designed to minimize the number of sources. And in the brain, it is not a necessary condition that the number of functional networks is minimized, because we may have more. So what we need to do sometimes, so what I do is for each k, so on the baseline, when I say number of states or so for example, varying k from 5 to 10, here we were seeing how much the condition A differed from condition B. I don't know, but this is just to show that we are plotting here the p-values. It's just to show we always do the correction for multiple comparisons, where whenever the dots are above this red line, it means that it is not significant. It's above 0.05 threshold, okay? Whenever it is below, you can always have something called false positives when you do multiple comparisons, which means that sometimes if you do many comparisons, by chance you can get a p-value that is lower than 0.05. And usually to account for that, you need to divide by the number of comparisons that you do. So that's what we are doing with the green threshold. And here, for example, this is to illustrate. So we found that for k equals 7, that green dot at the bottom means that we detected the best difference between the two conditions. This is an example, and this was for the psilocybin paper. I will talk about it later. But how we detected the changes. So here we had, so the first question, the first time we used this was in a data set from healthy elders who had more than 50 years old, up to 85 years old. So it was a very large cohort. So it was first a study just doing like psychometric evaluation, cognitive performance evaluation of like more than 100 people in the region of Minho. So this is work also from the group there in Minho, where they interviewed a lot of people. Then they were categorized as very good performers, middle good, middle bad, and very bad performers in terms of cognitive scores. So there were a battery of tests. You may know this better than me, but what was interesting is that they selected from the group of the very good performers and from the group of the very bad performers, so the extremes. 60 of these people were recruited. In the end, from those 60 in each group, we got good scans from 55 people among the best performers and from 43 among the worst performers. Because there's always a problem when you study older people in brains, because there's always we had to exclude everything that had any abnormality, not only history of psychiatric disorder, but the brain start having some structural changes that, so there were some studies on the structural white matter, on the connectivity, and here the idea was, can we detect changes at the level of dynamic functional connectivity? So at the time, well, the patterns were represented like this, but well, the one on the left means the global mode. The second one was a subcortical network that was out of phase with the areas in red. So the areas in blue here are the ones that are relevant. So the third is the DMN, visual and somatomotor. So this was detected consistent across all participants, and then we calculated changes in the probability of occurrence, or the duration of these different states. And we found significant differences, not only in the global mode, but also in the visual, in the somatomotor. So the poor performers seem to exhibit more of the visual and the somatomotor, which is strange, but still we published it, but we didn't know if this still, I remember at the time we had these results, okay, it's fine. But then it's important to see if it validates again with other studies, right? And if this replicates but it has been having a lot of impact. And also we found that there were changes in the switching between these different patterns over time. So the poor cognitive performers had changes in how these dynamics exhibit different changes of how you switch between the states. So already it is giving insights of this dynamical landscape of activity in brain activity. So then we had this collaboration with Enrique Rouet from Holland at the hospital in Amsterdam. I don't know if you know. And so we had data from patients with who had major depressive disorder, MDD. So they had at least 2 episodes. So these people have high chances of recurrence, right? You know the people who have been. So even if they are considered remitted, it is hard to predict if they will have a relapse or not. So the idea was to compare this brain activity. So they were scanned both in neutral mood and also after SAD mood induction. And we found, so here, for example, we found that when we divide into 10 networks is where we were getting maximal differences between groups and more consistent. And in specific, we had, we identified that the biggest change was here in this network number 4, that was this frontal DMN striatum network that changed in probability and in duration between patients and controls. So looking at this in more detail, we found that this network in particular represents a functional network connecting frontal, DMN, salience, and subcortical areas, including the thalamus and the dorsal striatum. And this was significantly underrepresented in patients, so it didn't occur. And also, whenever there was a SAD mood induction, it's not that it went worse, but the difference between controls and patients was reduced, which is also interesting. Maybe the controls go in the direction of the patients after SAD mood induction. But another thing that was interesting is that we detected changes in the switching. So there was this pattern here. So in controls, whenever they enter, not only they exhibit more of this state, but when they enter this state, they switch to another one that is connecting the prefrontal cortex with the striatum. So it was interesting because it seems that the patients not only don't have this, they have a little bit more of this prefrontal limbic. So instead of connecting the frontal with these precuneus areas, angular gyrus and that, they were more into the limbic and switching back to the global more often with respect to the controls. So there are some interpretations here. Again, this was all corrected, but it needs to be revalidated and that. Another thing that we did, now it's ongoing with the group in Braga, with Pedro Morgado, psychiatrist as well. So we had this data set from patients with obsessive compulsive disorder. They were taking different medications and that, but overall we had 50 patients with OCD and 50 controls, and we looked for differences. And again, for example, we find when we do k equals 6, so we had this, all the other networks seem to occur without any statistical significantly different. Even the default mode network, both in OCD patients and controls, was the same, the frontoparietal, the visual, but then there was this pattern here that showed really significant differences between the 2 groups. And if you look in more detail at this pattern, so these regions here in red, so when it's represented here as a vector, because this is the leading eigenvector centroid, we find that the brain areas here that are in red, so the areas that are with a different phase, it means they are counterbalanced with the rest of the brain, are the basal ganglia, so this is the caudate, putamen, pallidum, so these basal ganglia areas, and the anterior cingulate, so these 2 little red areas. So it's connectivity between the basal ganglia that seem to be affected, or not the connectivity, so the counterbalanced activity. So it looks like in healthy humans, we have whenever the basal ganglia activate, it is out of phase with the cortex, and in patients with OCD, it is more in phase. Everything is more synchronized, so they had more of the global, of the everything synchronized mode, right? So they were enabled to enter in this counterbalance activity. Then we also did publish with the group from LA, from UCLA, where they were studying body dysmorphic disorder, and they tried this, and they looked for the pattern that most significantly differed. And it also detected this orbital frontal cortex during this, so this is a disorder where the patients, when they look in the mirror, they find themselves ugly and all of that, and they had to do a task that they had to modulate their viewing to train, and we found that the more they trained, so this is controlled with different tasks, it's very similar, but without the modulation of the viewing, it indeed activated this frontal cortex. So there is something here in the regulation of emotional processing that is being captured with these methods. Another work we recently put in bioRxiv from a student, so he applied this to a data set of schizophrenia, so he used an open source data set with 71 patients and 74 controls, but it was pre-processed and we just ran it. And what we found is that the patients had decreased probability to remain in the default mode network. Very significantly, they remain less in the global network, and they were switching more often to patterns that also had higher probability. I'm not showing here all the results, that are more related to this visual and the somatomotor networks. This one relates a lot also with the healthy elders with lower performance. So it's something about this visiting the more like patterns of visual and somatomotor during rest seems to be related to less, I don't know, less healthy or less fluidity. Another paper that we published in last year in Neuroimage in collaboration with Groningen. So it was on trait self-reflectiveness. So this is interesting, maybe also because it's this preclinical symptoms. So patients with lower self-reflectiveness spent less time in this globally synchronized state that appears to be relevant to be better for good performers, or healthy controls occurs more often. And they spent more time in the default mode networks. And there are now things, also other studies showing spending too much time on the default mode network is also not so good. But we're seeing, because this needs, it's always the problem that about the number of people that we have. As you know, these studies in psychology, psychiatry, there's a lot of variability. So we also did another study with Sonsoles Martinez. She had data set from people who were suffering from a relationship breakup. So they had depressive symptoms, so they were not depressed, clinically depressed, but they were sad because they had a broken heart, let's say. And the idea was to find differences. And here the results were not like, they didn't pass the strong Bonferroni correction. We had to use false discovery rate. And this is something I'm still, so I trust really the results that pass Bonferroni correction, which is the best correction for multiple comparisons and everything, even if the sample is small. These statistical tricks to find, of course, with false discovery rate, we can have, it's not that, we can have more false positives, let's say. But in a way, it was interesting because we found here an involvement of the precuneus and a specific trajectory. So these MDI scores are the major depressive, inventory. You probably know better than me what is the score here that was used. Now another study that I found really interesting because the results were really nice, and it's in collaboration with Imperial College in the Center for Psychedelics Research, where they had this data set where people were taking psilocybin inside the scanner. And psilocybin is the active ingredient of magic mushrooms, and it really alters, the psyche. So it's a way to study resting state conditions in altered states of mind. And so we do the scans. This is an example of the paradigm. So we had 4 conditions. In one, they were injected with a placebo. In another, with psilocybin. And in the half of the scanner. And then the colors behind say the occurrence of the different networks. So then we calculate. So in the placebo condition, as you see here in the bottom is the probability of being in each of these states in the placebo condition, right? Before and after injecting the placebo. So no difference, nothing has this little star. Then before the psilocybin condition, which was 2 weeks later or 2 weeks before, depending on the patient, we also didn't see any difference as well between the subjects. There was no statistical significance. Now, after the injection of psilocybin, if we look at those scans, the probability of seeing this red pattern, like the frontoparietal system, the lateral frontal, was significantly reduced, passing all the corrections for multiple comparisons, and increased more this global state that in other things seem to be important. So we are still understanding what is the role of these different patterns, but this was really visual. When we then look back, you see here after in the second condition at the top, you see there's no red there. And if we really see the videos as well, we would not see that pattern forming. So it was so in a way, psilocybin is selectively modulating one of these networks. So there are drugs that can tune. Okay, I want to turn off this part. So one way is to look at this in this cloud of observations that I showed in the beginning, that there's these trajectories in state space, right? Imagine each group of dots represents a functional network, okay? And then this is before injection, top and bottom. I'm not going to tell you which one was placebo, which one was psilocybin. And now when I render this cloud of dots after the injection, you see that there's a difference in this cloud. In the top cloud, we see much less red. The red, I don't know if it has sufficient contrast, but this part of the cloud here that was visited when the activity approached the frontoparietal system, it disappeared, whereas here it didn't. So here it's like, which one is the psilocybin, right? So this one here, it seems that psilocybin is acting in that region of the dynamical landscape. And also it relates to the subjective score. So after the scan, the subjects were asked about their subjective experience. They didn't know if they were injected with psilocybin or not. And according to their ratings, we really found that the only network that correlated with the ratings of the subjects was, again, the frontoparietal. But of course, these are indirectly related. And now we are analyzing the same with the DMT. It's another drug, and we are finding consistent results. So here are the 3 conditions without DMT, and here after DMT injection. But not only we find the frontoparietal, but also the default mode is also significantly reduced after DMT, and there's a significant increase as well of the limbic system. So it's very interesting, and we are preparing these results. Then the modulation by deep brain stimulation, this is also submitted, but clearly here there's a limbic system, orbitofrontal here system that is strongly increased with deep brain stimulation turned on, with compared to off or with compared to controls. It also normalizes a more disseminated limbic pattern and also normalizes the somatomotor network as expected with deep brain stimulation. These were subjects that were being treated for Parkinson's. They were implanted for Parkinson's disease. Then there's also modulation with music. So we found, comparing the baseline with music, there is a significant increase in this musical, the reward system, and it related with scores of emotional reward. And here is when we compare the 2 music pieces. So we didn't detect any difference, just to validate. Then another, this is an emotional memory task. So it's interesting, I'm just showing this because this was the only network that came out as significant between when the network that correlated with the happiness score of the babies that the women were seeing inside the scanner. And it related the orbitofrontal cortex again with the insula, hippocampus, and amygdala. And if we shuffle this, it doesn't come out, so it's all. So overall, just to summarize and because I also don't want to extend too much, we have this occupancy of states. We also analyze in 100 healthy people. Sorry, this is advancing too fast. 100 healthy people, there seem to be like a range of reference values. You know, in healthy people, they seem to be like the probability of being in the DMN is always around a certain value of the DMN dominating. There's some reliability across scans for the same person. So the same person, if it spends more time in the global, in the second scan, it will also spend more time. We find these altered values, so both in psychopathology, also in non-clinical symptoms, and we found that these values can be tuned by psychoactive drugs, brain stimulation, and also these natural stimuli as smiling babies or music and that. So it's interesting because why is it important to find these biomarkers and to understand? So it's one thing is to understand the drugs, but another is if you are seeing a troubled person, so you have more than just the question and answer markers, the questionnaires, but you can ask the person to go into a scan, right? And that person can go into a scan, and then an algorithm can be run to look for the occupancy of these different networks, for example, and deliver a report with comparison with the different subjects. But moreover, it can be used with the artificial intelligence algorithms and that, because it can go for a large database where you can characterize these things, provide an information for the evaluator, the psychologist, the psychiatrist, or whatever, to know which would be the best therapy to target that specific pattern that is disrupted. So overall, like how I want to see, so this empirical evidence is providing like signatures of brain activity that can be approached from the perspective of dynamical systems theory, which is a theory in physics, right? Broad field. So you have this complex network dynamics, abstract like equations, right? That can exhibit dynamical features such as metastable cluster synchronization that could be associated to these dynamical patterns that we are observing in the brain. But in a way, I believe that these self-organizing activity patterns should obey to these universal principles from physics. So I don't know if it's turbulent, synchronization, resonance, so I've used a lot synchronization models. I think synchronization models, in a way, in complex networks are also a signature of resonance, and maybe turbulence is also a signature of resonance. So they may be all interconnected, but we need to explore this in more detail, because it can be, not only it can be tuned, but it can provide us more and more insights. Okay, so this was another thing where we just show that if we increase or decrease the coupling strength between brain areas, we can find different patterns. This was for schizophrenia. Also, what do these patterns represent was more like the activity in some brain areas is going up while the other is going down. So this counterbalance activity is represented by these arrows. So the V1 are the eigenvectors that I call. And so they remind us the standing wave patterns in bounded systems, for example, that emerge in a 2D membrane. But imagine that in 3D, in the brain, like you could enter these resonance modes that then when you sum them up and when they are all damped and critically damped, they may exhibit turbulent behavior, right? But the fact that they are there, I think, reveals something important. So this relative stability of different functional networks may shape this dynamical landscape of brain activity. And, well, I want to finish just saying, indeed, that understanding these principles governing the dynamics of functional networks is the way to improve the diagnosis and treatment of different disorders and gain insights. And well, thank you. So the whole neuroscience domain at ICVS, and also Gustavo and Martin that I collaborate a lot, and Noam Shamesh at the Champalimaud also is where we are doing experiments on rats to really understand what is going on in the brain in these patterns. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Joanna, for sharing your fascinating research and ideas. And let's move on to questions and discussion. I have questions from the audience, but let's start here. We have a question up there.
Thank you, Joanna, for your enthusiastic talk. I might have two questions, actually. One of them is, if you do see a need for data harmonization before applying these techniques, because you talked about HCP data from different scanners, how big is the effect of different parameters, for example, in this?
Yes. So especially, so it's not that, with different data sets, so far I try to apply, I think, in more than 30 different data sets. So they were all recorded in different scanners and that. We see that some shared very strong similarities, but in some you detect the limbic system. In the others, the limbic system is never there. In some, and it depends on the pre-processing that was done to the data, on the parameters, the TR as well. I think the faster it is, we shouldn't do temporal filtering, but it is a critical issue because I'm working now on developing like a toolbox, you know, that I can really deliver, because otherwise it's a lot on me when I have to run the analysis and that, so I really want to deliver and pass this on, and this is what I've been doing with training some students to do it, our colleagues. But I wanted to have like a tutorial, okay, you apply this to your data set, but it's never really the same because some of them were recorded differently, so now there is the beats, you know, brain imaging data
standards.
The standards, exactly. And for example, and the data we are using in Braga and everything is pre-processed using fMRI prep, which is, you know, like one of the big. And the idea, I will develop the toolbox for now to run on data that is in MNI space already, so all the brains are already centered. And I still have to see what is the best pre-processing, because there is one called Aroma that seems, in some cases, it removes too much, and then we don't detect the global signal anymore. And when that is happening, so for example, that step, the LiDAR doesn't work. Whenever you do the removal of the global signal, then it starts to look for things that are happening, like for patterns that are happening whenever it's just a global signal, so it is failing. So one of the things, it shouldn't be applied. So having a list of prerequisites for the pre-processing, and then the toolbox should run directly on that. So you just say, okay, I want to compare these two conditions in different folders or with different names, and run it. But it's, I mean, not finding anything. Some questions are really hard, you know, like some experimental paradigms are very, very subtle. So I don't think we have sufficient resolution to detect. Like one was to detect changes in the pleasure of eating a pizza, but in the shape of a pizza, you know, if it was, and then they were just drinking the pizza, but it was like just in a blender, you know, and they wanted to, and then they were scanned 20 minutes after either drinking or eating the pizza. And the idea was to find differences. And we didn't detect anything. I'm not criticizing, I mean, there are different, it's valid, all the paradigms, it's just that it's not sensitive enough. I don't know, it's a matter of trying this. Also, neurofeedback is not very easy to detect something. We are detecting changes in the visual dorsal attention or visual ventral attention, depending on whether you are doing neurofeedback or not when you are seeing these images. Yeah, that's it. It's important, yes. And the second question?
Yeah, the second, it's coming to the disease biomarkers. Have you tried, or do you know of any study employing these two disorders or more than two at the same time?
Comorbidity.
No, two different diseases.
So the same...
Like you talked about a lot of studies comparing patients with a certain specific
controls,
disease with controls. What about disease A versus disease B?
Disease B. That's interesting. So in a way, yeah, that would be an interesting thing to put the different data sets together if they were like scanned in the same way and have the same parameters, and see if we could characterize, okay, this is how the probability distribution looks like for schizophrenia with respect to OCD, with respect to depression, like if you could place them all in the same like reference plane and see how different they look like. Yeah, that would be a really like interesting thing, because to put everything together, maybe.
Let me follow up on that comment, because I think it's really a core issue. Because when you are doing this type of research, finding, searching for signatures of the brain dynamics in different psychiatry disorders, you are in this kind of catch-22, because you are relying on pretty much unreliable methods of classifying the different disorders, and then you try to find reliable signatures to measure, to fit unreliable ways of diagnosing.
With the scores.
And every time, you start looking and comparing different disorders, you find that in most of the situations you get cross or trans-diagnostic signatures. So I wonder if you are not, in fact, tackling more states and processes, and rather than diagnosis. And I wonder if we should not move on that direction and then go to the psychiatry diagnosis at the end. And looking at your data, probably I would say, you know, from what I've been reading on your work, the most fascinating work, in fact, is the one where you are trying to modulate different states, namely with psilocybin or probably in the future with DMT, where in fact you are modulating different states and contents of cognition or consciousness and so on. And from that, maybe you can go with a different perspective for psychiatric.
Yes, and we need to understand really why DMT is changing this. Okay, there's more concentration of it binds to some receptors, but what is driving these patterns? You know, really looking at it more deeply to understand. So I agree, yes. More than directly trying to make this as diagnostic tools and biomarkers and all of that, there's still a lot of fundamental research to be done. That's where I'm going, really going this into rat experiments and all of that. But at the same time, yes, it's been useful for research in psychology, so all these collaborations I'm having with different groups, because it can already deliver. But indeed, I was not looking for the tool itself. I'm trying to understand what's going on, because I come from that background, you know, of trying to model brain activity and understand how the brain works. And like as a coincidence or as a side project, this happened to reveal an to be a sufficiently sensitive measure. But now the question is why? Why do these phase locking patterns are so relevant?
Well, there's another question here from the audience, and I lost it. Okay, here it is. It's from Ana Rita Souza Silva. She says, thanks for this great presentation. I was wondering whether both poor performing elders as well as schizophrenia patients' similar dynamics in the DMN would be associated with the more compensatory patterns of cognitive functioning rather than an internal strategic pattern of functions that is used for the healthy and highest performer individuals. Thanks.
Very, very interesting question. Indeed, the functional role, as I said, so it's not only where they come from, but also the functional role of these different patterns is still under debate, right? Even the default mode networks. So again, we detected, so one of the arguments is always we detected in rats and as lightly sedated. But indeed, it's there. It has been related to different functions. We can speculate, and your speculation is a possible speculation that indeed it's a compensatory mechanism. And indeed, there is this thing because some people spend more time, so it's important to go into the default mode network, maybe like if you have a very agitated life or whatever, and you just, are able to really rest, leave your executive control network for some time and focus on the DMN. But at the same time, my feeling is if you spend too much time in that mode, it's also not, you also need to switch to the other states and activate all the patterns a little bit. Compensatory, maybe. It's in this thing, yes, it's hard to find objectives. So it's possible that it's a compensatory mechanism.
There's another question.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I have actually two questions. One is related to how robust is this method on task paradigms? Because from a very naive perspective of functional connectivity, or even a step lower of correlation, maybe we would expect that this state detection is very good at the beginning of the task, and then it gets lost then. So
yes, okay. So in terms of task, the first time that we tried it was on this data set of the woman seeing these pictures of babies. So the babies had all neutral faces, and they were presented with 120 images, you know, and they were looking for the things that were related to the learned infant's temperament. Right? And the group had applied already, it was a group in Oxford, they had applied already all the standard methodologies, SPMs, looking for, you know, like coactivation, like a convolution with the hemodynamic response function and all of that. It had a problem because the faces, the pictures were presented with 2-3 seconds apart. So the time for the hemodynamic response function, you know, if you take that into account, it was weird. But then we said, okay, let's try to run LIDA. And what we did was to look for the pattern that was active. I have it here. I mean, but so to the pattern, to the pattern that was active. So it's dark. So it's the only one I did. The pattern that was active 2 seconds after. Okay. So just to give you an idea. So imagine we have the recorded activity. And then each time we have an arrow on the top, it's the timings that the face of a child was presented. And the faces here are always presented neutral. You see, like I put like but they were learned to be happy or sad. And what we did was to look at which was the network that was active 2 time points after, so they are 1 time point. It was 2 seconds, sorry, 1 time point, because the TR was, it was a mess, the data set. So look at the networks that were active, or the pattern that was assigned to 2 seconds after seeing the face of the baby. And with that, we can do for each face of each of the different babies that were present, we can have a probability of occurrence of the different networks, right? And then we did the statistics. Sorry. Then we did the statistics, and we saw with the p-values, so whatever passed here, this threshold line, okay, we saw, okay, so for k equal 5, for k equal 8, and for k equal 11, we had the network that came out, so for the clustering, maybe there are still ways to optimize the clustering, but at least the ones, so here you see the p-values are all there, whatever is here is really something significant. And then if we look at them, all these 3, because we looked at the 3 and then I just showed the best one. Sorry, something is going very weird here. Okay, so these were the 3 patterns. This was the one that most, so this is the probability of occurrence of this pattern versus the happiness score of the child, of the different children, right? And the p-value was not very strong, okay, 0.023, but it passed the significance. And here we see the list of brain areas, and it had here the hippocampus, then the frontal medial cortex, and then here the amygdala, so amygdala, hippocampus, the frontal medial orbital, olfactory, which is now corrected as orbitofrontal cortex as well in the new parcellations. And so it was interesting because it linked the memory, the emotional reward, but I mean, this was just what came out. And then in this state here, it was just the orbitofrontal cortex. So this was the ones that passed significance. But the one that was most significant was this one. So in a way, like I said, the more states you consider, so here is for k equal 11, you see that the functional networks are broken into different parts. So it looks like with k equal 8 is where it was at the right range to detect this specific pattern. I mean, it's worth trying with other tasks. We are now trying with neurofeedback, but we only had 12. You know, it's always a question of numbers and things. This was 47 women, and each was presented with 120 images. So we had power for the statistics to detect something.
Well, thanks again, Joana, for your presentation. And thank you all. Let's move on to the next one.
And as we move in our afternoon, it's my pleasure to have Nico here virtually, but still here. I guess we all know his work, and it has been such an influential work. And it's going to be great really excited to have you here. And the floor is yours, Nico. Thank you. We should be able to hear now, I think.
Yeah, is the audio working?
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's probably still something over the screen. Let me just fix that. Do this again. All right, that looks good to me. Can you hear me and see my slides?
Yes, we can. And we can hear you, yes.
Wonderful. It's great to be back in Portugal. I wish I could be there in person. That would be much more fun. But we've got a little 7-month-old, and so I'm not traveling as much as I used to. So my title today is Controversial Stimuli, Optimizing Experiments to Adjudicate Among Computational Hypotheses. So let's talk a little bit about that title, what we mean by that. So scientists always want to design experiments to adjudicate among competing theories or competing hypotheses. And we're doing perceptual neuroscience. In particular, we're studying vision. So our experimental designs involve, importantly, a choice of stimuli. So when we design experiments, we always think very carefully about what stimuli to use, and that's very familiar to all of us. And now recently, we've been starting to work with deep neural network models to implement our ideas about how the brain information processing actually works. And in the context of these brain computational models, which implement our hypotheses about the information processing, we need to use optimization techniques to make stimuli that elicit distinct predictions from different models. So this is part of the complication that arises in this new era where we have these big models, which are wonderful in many ways. They pose additional challenges, right? And among these challenges is that when different hypotheses are implemented in different complex neural network models, then it's not obvious what stimuli are best suited to tell these models apart and make theoretical progress. And this is why we need to use optimization techniques to make such stimuli. So these techniques take the models into account and then generate synthetic stimuli that elicit distinct predictions. So stimuli that elicit distinct predictions from different models, that's the definition of controversial stimuli. So these stimuli are controversial in the sense that the models disagree over these stimuli. I want to make a slightly larger point here about the use of neural network models for cognitive computational neuroscience. A concern that many people have, rightly, is that these models are very flexible and that it's very hard to map hypotheses onto the parameters of these models. So can we make theoretical progress with these highly flexible models? And if so, how? Well, neural network models provide us with a language for expressing hypotheses about brain computation. They don't constitute a theory or a hypothesis in their own right, because they're so flexible that they're not really falsifiable. You can never falsify a neural network model, because a neural network model is a universal function approximator. So given enough nodes and parameters, it can approximate any mapping. So it's better not to view neural networks as a whole as a hypothesis or a theory, but rather to view it as a language in which to express particular hypotheses about computational processes in the brain. The high parametric complexity of neural networks is both a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because it enables us to build models that can capture intelligent behavior. And we know from the history of artificial intelligence that intelligent behavior in the real world requires a lot of knowledge. So in AI, in the very beginning, there were ideas of general algorithms of intelligence, but that quickly gave way to systems that have a lot of specific knowledge about the world. That was expert systems and statistical systems that just learn a lot of knowledge about the world. And this is also what gave rise to machine learning as sort of a central component of AI. So in particular, in my lab, we study vision. And in order to model visual recognition, the model needs to know what things look like. And this information isn't infinitely compressible. So we just have to accept that we will never have very abstract, very simple models with 5 parameters or a dozen parameters or even hundreds of parameters. And we will need these complex models that have the capacity to store all the visual knowledge that is just needed to do the task, such that we can have real process models of the cognitive operations that go on in the brain, and models that can explain how these processes give rise to behavior. So we need these high parametric models, and the high parametric complexity is a blessing, but it is also a curse. So the people who are worried about the flexibility of these models, they also have a point, because the fact that these models have so many parameters makes it hard to adjudicate between the models. So in summary, we need these models to capture cognitive function, but it's an open problem how to adjudicate between them. And I'm gonna try to convince you that controversial stimuli are a step in the right direction there, that they can help us really use these high parametric models and still adjudicate compellingly between alternative hypotheses. To motivate what the problem is here a little bit further, I want to quickly show you the results of a study by Catherine Storrs in my lab in Cambridge before we moved to New York. So Catherine found that diverse deep neural networks can all explain the human IT representational similarity quite well after categorization task training and some fitting to the human inferior temporal representation. So here I'm going to show you the performance of different computer vision models at explaining the representational dissimilarity matrix for a bunch of isolated little object images that look like this in the human inferior temporal cortex as measured with functional magnetic resonance imaging in people. So here's the noise ceiling. So this gray bar shows you the range within which we would expect the performance of the true model, the data generating process, to fall given the noise in the data and the inter-subject variability. So when we look at the famous AlexNet model, we see that it explains some variance even when it's not trained and not fitted. So this light gray bar is when you just have random weights in the AlexNet architecture. And then if you either train the model on categorization task, or you fit the model with the random weights to the IT representation by reweighting its feature maps in a way so as to best explain the representational dissimilarity matrix in IT, you get a little bit of an increase here in the amount of variance that you explain. And this accuracy is cross-validated across images. So the models are always tested on images that have not been used to fit them. And then when you both train the model and you fit it to the IT representation, then you get the best performance here. Now here are many very different computer vision architectures. So when you look at the graph of these different models, they look extremely different and they look qualitatively different. And ideally, we'd like to be able to tell which of these architectures comes closest to explaining the way these computations work in the human brain. However, when we evaluate these different architectures, we get strikingly similar results for all of these models. And that's very worrisome for us because it is a challenge to our whole research program of looking at different architectures of neural network models as hypotheses about how the computations enabling humans to recognize objects work. All of that is questioned by this, because if we can't tell very different architectures apart from the data, then how can we make theoretical progress? It's important here that all the models were trained and tested on natural images. And we think that it's the shared features, the deep hierarchy and the convolutional architecture, which all these models share, that explain the relative success of these models here. So why can't we distinguish the models? Well, each model's parameter space is too expressive, a universal approximator, for distinct inductive biases to be revealed when training and testing on natural images and fitting on brain activity data. In other words, we used natural stimuli here, and natural stimuli are not designed to elicit the differences between these models. And for natural stimuli, you tend to get similar predictions from models that have also been trained on natural stimuli. So a little bit more on the motivation. Training and testing on different sets of natural stimuli often does not reveal the differences between the models. And so we need stronger tests of generalization performance to really be able to see differences between the models. Tal Golan, who's been leading this whole line of research on controversial stimuli in the lab, had two major insights. The first insight was that to elicit models' distinct inductive biases, we can test models on a population of stimuli that was not used in training the models. So this is an out of distribution test of the models. And this could be achieved using natural stimuli when we, by drawing the natural stimuli for testing from a different stimulus population than the population that the stimuli for training were drawn from. And another way to do this would be by using synthetic stimuli. And those would be stimuli optimized to elicit some kind of bolder prediction. And the second insight that Tal had was that since our goal is to adjudicate among models, we can create synthetic stimuli that are optimized expressly to elicit distinct predictions from different models. So in other words, stimuli that are controversial among the different models. So this stimulus optimization approach has been used by a number of labs. And one approach that's very exciting to us and that we're also interested in is the approach of maximizing the response in a model by adjusting the parameters of the stimulus, right? So for example, you can update the stimulus iteratively to increase the strength of response in a particular unit of a neural network model, or to increase the average response of a layer of a neural network model. And that's very interesting. And just looking at those stimuli is interesting. It tells you something about what that layer is responsive to. And then you can present those stimuli to the brains of animals and humans, and you can check whether they also elicit very strong responses in the corresponding brain regions. So this is a powerful approach, but it's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is adjusting the stimuli to make synthetic stimuli that are controversial between the models. So we always consider at least two models, but it can also be a set of models. And we have some definition of what controversiality is supposed to mean. And I'm going to give you one such definition in a moment. And then we adjust the pixels of the stimuli such that the controversiality measure is maximized. We started doing this in the context of the MNIST set of handwritten digits. So this is these are small grayscale images. It's a classical data set for computer vision. It's very tiny, so you can work with rather small models where you can explore sort of a richer space of models, and where you can also go beyond feed-forward models. So we were interested in starting small, and we started with MNIST. So here's the tested vision models that we had. We wanted to have qualitatively different models to make theoretical progress with that. So we had feed-forward as well as recurrent models, and we had generative as well as discriminative models. So the generative models have more of an internal representation of what different digits look like, rather than just learning certain features that allow the models to discriminate between different digits. So here's models in each of these quadrants, and we're going to look at the performance of these models now. So the controversiality in this experiment was defined as follows. It's defined for a given digit pair, for example, 3 and 7, and for a given model pair as a function of the image. So we say 3 versus 7, and this model versus that model. And now we want to create a stimulus that is controversial between model A and model B in terms of how they perceive it as the digit 3 or the digit 7. And it's defined as the minimum of 4 probabilities. And these are the 4 probabilities related to the classification of the model. This probability means that model A detects digit A. This probability means that model A doesn't detect digit B. This one means that model B detects digit B. And this one means that model B does not detect digit A. We take the minimum of these 4 probabilities, and that's the controversiality index, and then we maximize that. So by maximizing that, we ensure that all these 4 probabilities are high. So we ensure that model A detects the digit A and not B, and model B detects digit B and not A, all with high confidence. So it's a very stringent definition of controversiality. To make this intuitive, I'm going to plot this along 2 axes, where the horizontal axis is the model A response, and it's the contrast between the 2 probability estimates from the model, the estimate that the model assigns to the probability that the image is a 7, and the probability that the model assigns to the image being a 3. So on one side of this axis, the model A detects a 3, but not a 7. And the other side of this axis, model A detects a 7, but not a 3. I'm going to use the other axis for model B, so it's the same probability contrast. So we have these two quadrants where the models agree, these other two quadrants where the models disagree. And if we look at the original MNIST digits in this framework, they all fall into these blue quadrants here where the models agree, and they fall quite far in the corners of these quadrants. So this also shows us how it's going to be difficult based on classification behavior to tell the differences between those models based on the MNIST digits, because all of the models, or in this case, both of the models, just perform really well at the task of classifying the images, and therefore they also agree about their classifications. And humans as well are very good at recognizing handwritten digits. And so humans and all models are going to perform very similarly, and it's going to be hard to tell the differences and adjudicate among the models. So what we do is we start with some random image, and then we optimize it such that it moves into one of these model disagreement quadrants. So here we have an example of an ambiguous stimulus. To me, this looks a little bit like a 7, maybe because I'm European. And this looks like a 7 also to model A. So my perception here agrees more with model A than model B. But model B is very confident that this is a 3 and not a 7, right? So this would provide some evidence against model B in this case. And this is what we call a controversial stimulus. So Tal pitted all these models that I showed you in the beginning against each other. And for a given pair of models, we can look at all the pairs of digits as a matrix. So here you see the Madri L2 model and the CapsuleNet Recon model pitted against each other. And at the top, you see the labels assigned to these controversial stimuli by the CapsuleNet Recon model. And vertically, you see the labels assigned by the Madri L2 model to these controversial stimuli. So by just eyeballing this, we can ask ourselves the question whether our perception agrees more with the CapsuleNet Recon model or the Madri L2 model. And for many of us here, and this is a bit of an ambiguous case, but many of us make judgments here that are more in agreement with the labels assigned by the CapsuleNet Recon model. So this would be just intuitively a contest won by the CapsuleNet Recon model. We can then pit the CapsuleNet Recon model against the Gaussian KDE model. And most of us here see rows of consistent digits and of digits that conform to the label assigned by the Gaussian KDE model. So in this case, the Gaussian KDE model looks like the winner. So when we pit the Gaussian KDE model against the shot analysis by synthesis model, however, then most of us see columns of consistent digits where the label agrees with the label assigned by the shot analysis by synthesis model. So this is a contest that appears to be won by the shot analysis by synthesis model. So Tal generated these controversial stimuli for all pairs of models and all pairs of digits. And this gives us a really rich stimulus set to draw from to do psychophysical experiments. So in the psychophysical experiments, we didn't do it the way that we just informally did it by showing people these matrices. Instead, we showed people one stimulus at a time, and we asked them to judge the probability that each of the digits is present in the image. And these probabilities didn't need to add up to 1. So in this case, for example, the subject indicated that there's a 75% probability that there's an 8 in the image, and there's also a 50% probability that there's a 3 in the image. Tal did this behavioral experiment in 30 subjects using 20 controversial stimuli per model pair and presenting these stimuli in randomized order, collecting a lot of data points. So here's the inferential model comparison. You see the noise ceiling here, and that again reflects the performance that we would expect for the true data generating process, given the noise and intersubject variability in the data. And the best performing model, the one that comes closest to the noise ceiling, is the shot analysis by synthesis model. And this one significantly dominates all the other models in this case. The 3 best performing models are sort of close together here, even though the shot ADS model is significantly better. And when we look back at the scheme of models that we had, we note that all the best performing models were generative models. So they were models that have some kind of generative model, a notion, a model for each of the digits implicit to their parameters. Tal then scaled this up to natural images of the CIFAR-10 set of small natural images. And here I'm going to show you a different matrix, a matrix focusing on just 2 stimulus labels, horse and cat, for all of the models that were included in this test with the CIFAR-10 images. So here's an example of controversial stimuli that was optimized to look like a horse to the graph-wool joint energy model and like a cat to the 1-PCN A6 model. To me, this looks more like a horse, so that would provide some evidence that the graph-wool model is a better model of my perceptual mechanism. We look at these first 3 models here. We get these rubbish images. That's the technical term from computer science, from the adversarial example literature for these kinds of images. And they indicate that these models are not consistent with, any of these models are inconsistent with human perception. So these are actually adversarial stimuli. They look like nothing to people, but they are confidently classified as cats by one of the models compared and as a horse by the other model compared. So they provide pretty good evidence against these models. We look at the angstrom L-infinity model. We see some patterns that maybe look a little bit more like cats. So it seems that this model dominates these first 3 models. And when we look at the ones optimized to look like horses to the angstrom L-infinity model, they do look like horses. So again, some evidence that the angstrom L-infinity model dominates these first 3 models. Angstrom L2 model seems a little bit better than the angstrom L-infinity model and seems to dominate all these previous models. Now, next we looked at the Gaussian kernel density estimator model, which is a very simple model that performed quite well on the MNIST data set. And we see that on the CIFAR data set, it fails miserably. So this is a model that's just too simple when we scale this up to natural images, and it just doesn't really work and is definitely loses against the angstrom L2 model. And then the graph-wool joint energy model appears just from eyeballing this to dominate all the other models. When we look at the psychophysics for this, we get the same kind of result more formally with the graph-wool joint energy model performing best, even though there's still a big gap to the noise ceiling. So, you know, none of these models completely explain the data, but the relatively best performing model is this graph-wool joint energy model, which is a hybrid generative and discriminative model. Tal is now working on scaling this up to larger natural images. So here's some preliminary results for 4 different ImageNet trained models that can process more complex, higher resolution images. When we pit the Inception V3 model against the ResNet 50, we get these more complex looking rubbish images again. They're kind of interesting looking, but they don't clearly look like either Weimaraner dogs or Persian cats. So we interpret this as sort of informal preliminary evidence against both of these models. And then when we pit these adversarially trained models against these first 2 models, we get interesting looking images that do suggest some of the features of the categories that they've been optimized to recognize. So we haven't done the psychophysics yet, but that would seem to suggest that these adversarially trained networks are a little better as models of human perception. The same is true when we optimize the images to look like Persian cats to these adversarially trained models and like dogs to the first 2 models. Arguably, these look a little cat-like, but I don't have the psychophysics yet, so should wait for that. However, when we pit the 2 adversarially trained models against each other, we get these uninterpretable images that don't really look like either cats or dogs to us. So we think that this provides evidence also against these adversarially trained models. It reveals the remaining shortcomings of these larger adversarially trained models. We also applied this approach to language models. So this is really, I'm shifting gears now. The last bit of the talk, I want to show you some results on language models. And the language models that we tested were n-gram models, very simple models that just look for sequences of words of length 2 or 3 that reappear and then count their occurrences in a large text corpus and model the statistics of natural language on that basis. We had some classical neural network models, recurrent neural networks, and long short-term memory models of language using fixed token embeddings. And we had some modern language neural network models, transformer neural networks, which use a context-dependent embedding and multiple attention heads. And this was work that Tal did in close collaboration with Christopher Baldessano's lab, and also with the help of PhD student Matthew Siegelman and Chris Baldessano's lab. So to give us some intuition, let's think of the space of all sentences, which is a discrete space, as a continuous space. Each of these models, like BERT is one of these models, assigns a probability to each sentence. So here we have the high probability sentences, and here we have the low probability sentences. And when we look at another model, we get a different distribution here. For GPT-2, for example, we get some different distribution of the probability mass across sentence space. So there's this region here where the models agree about the question whether a particular sentence is likely to be encountered in natural language or not. Here in the bottom part, the models agree that the sentence is likely. In the top part here, this region of sentences, the models agree that the sentence is unlikely. And then these other parts are the controversial parts, where one of these models thinks that the sentence is quite likely to be encountered in natural language, and the other model thinks that it's very unlikely. So these are the parts where we can present sentences to human subjects, and then those sentences will really tell us which of the models is closer to how humans judge the likelihood of encountering a sentence in natural language. So the sentences that are likely according to humans tend to fall in this middle area here, where the sentences that all models agree are likely tend to also be judged as likely to humans. But there is some mismatch here, where there are some sentences that are considered likely by humans, but they're controversial among neural network models. So the way that Tal and Matt generated these stimuli was by starting from a natural sentence. So they picked some natural sentence from a text corpus, an 8-word-long sentence, and then they used discrete optimization to modify the sentence so as to make a controversial sentence. So here we have synthetic sentence 1, which is controversial between the model BERT and the model GPT-2. And this was generated by flipping one word at a time, changing one word at a time to a different word, considering all the words in the dictionary, so as to minimize the probability assigned to that sentence by GPT-2 under the constraint that, according to BERT, the sentence is equally likely as the natural starting point sentence end. Then, of course, they also did the converse, making another synthetic sentence by flipping one word at a time, so as to minimize the probability assigned to the synthetic sentence by BERT, while ensuring that GPT-2 finds the sentence still equally likely, at least as likely as the natural sentence that they started with. So here's an example of one starting point sentence. So a natural sentence from the corpus that they started with, one of these sentences was, "This is the lie you have been sold." And the synthetic sentence that resulted when they minimized the probability according to GPT-2 while keeping it equal according to BERT is, "This is the week you have been lying." So this is a grammatical sentence, but it's a somewhat odd sentence because of its meaning, and therefore arguably less likely to be encountered. And when they did the converse and made a sentence that GPT-2 thought was equally likely as the starting point sentence, likely according to BERT, they got the sentence, "That is the narrative we have been sold." So this is an example of a synthetic sentence that's completely natural. So on the face of it, this would seem to give some evidence that GPT-2 is superior to BERT, at least in this particular case. So our subjects that were actually presented with these sentences thought the same. So we presented subjects with many of these sentences, and we showed them 2 sentences at a time and asked them to judge which sentence is more likely to be encountered in natural language. So they clicked on either the left side or the right side, depending on which of these 2 sentences they thought was more likely to be encountered. And they also gave us a confidence rating, but in the results that I'm going to show you, we didn't use that confidence. We just used the binary decision as to which is more likely. So when we evaluate these language models, we compared different ways of evaluating the models. First, using random natural sentences, so not these controversial sentences at all. So when we do that, we see that all the models perform similarly. They all get quite close to the noise ceiling, and none of them is significantly below the noise ceiling. So using natural sentences on these models, all of which have been trained with a lot of natural sentences, does not really enable us to adjudicate between these models, even though these models are really radically different. And there are some very simple models here, like the 2-gram and the 3-gram model, really naive models that perform similarly to these really huge and sophisticated natural language models. So this is just experimentally not a powerful way of finding differences between these models. Every point here is a replication of the experiment using new subjects and new stimuli. So the variability across these single points gives us an estimate of the variance that we expect when we repeat this experiment, but on new stimuli with new subjects. So it's a very challenging generalization, and we try to make inferences that we expect to hold up when we repeat the experiment. We don't want results that would only hold for our group of subjects or our group of particular stimuli, particular sentences. When we used controversial sentences, we were able to tell the models apart. So now all but the first 3 models, the top 3 models here, are significantly below the noise ceiling. And there are also many significant pairwise comparisons. So the first 2 models are not significantly different, but the top model, GPT-2, is superior to Electra and all the models below that. And these controversial sentences were actually not the synthetic controversial sentences that I showed you before, but they were natural controversial sentences that were selected to be controversial. When we used the synthetic controversial sentences, we had even more power to adjudicate between the models, and we could see significant shortcomings, significant differences to the noise ceiling for all the models except for GPT-2. And when we combined all the sentences that we used in the experiment, then we could actually see shortcomings of all the models, including GPT-2, which is very important, of course, because even GPT-2 is not perfect, and we need to understand its shortcomings. And we also were quite sensitive with our pairwise comparisons between models. So in conclusion, controversial stimuli provide optimized probes for adjudicating among computational hypotheses. Controversial stimuli reveal distinct inductive biases of different deep neural network models. Human vision may rely on a computational mechanism that combines elements of discriminative and generative inference. And current language models differ in their ability to recognize high probability English sentences, but none of them can fully account for human judgments of the relative likeliness of sentences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico. Are there any questions in the audience? I know it's rather late, but yeah, we have a question, 2 questions. I'm just passing around the microphone.
Hi, very interesting talk, and it also made me think. Regarding the when you match with the human response, do you compare to the average human accuracy? Like how could it be that different people have different models? That is my or rely on different models. So imagine a different model could explain like 10% of the population, and another one could be optimal to represent like that.
Yeah, that's very interesting to us. So usually we try to predict the behavior of every person one by one, and then we look at the variability across people of that prediction accuracy, right? So we are not trying to model the idiosyncrasies between people, but in evaluating the models, we look at, how far off is the model for each individual person, and that enables us to look at to use that variability across people to get a result that would generalize to new subjects, right? So our models are trying to capture the average person, if you will, but in doing the inference, we are using the variability across people. But it would also be very interesting to build models specifically for particular people, right? And so to do that, you would want to fit the models to the data from particular people. And then this would be a different type of inference where you wouldn't even try to generalize to the population, but you would try to generalize to new stimuli presented to the same person, right? And then you could evaluate.
Yes, because there are some theories that each brain or each person solves the problem in its own way. And I was wondering whether this type of approach could also be used to prove that indeed human. Yeah, it's very interesting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that would be fascinating. That's a really, really interesting direction.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for the talk. That was really, really interesting. I was not aware of this study, and I'm definitely going to check it out. And I had first a clarification question about the experiment with language models. So in your synthetic examples, so there were constraints on the grammaticality of the sentences?
The sentences, the synthetic sentences were not constrained to be grammatical at all.
Okay.
But I mean, they were constrained by the models, right? So because the controversiality objective requires the sentence to be at least as likely as the natural starting point sentence, according to one of the models, they're going to tend to be sentences that one of the models believes in, right? So whatever sentence you get, one of the models assigns a probability to it that matches the starting point natural sentence, right? So this is why they tend to be somewhat understandable.
Yeah, okay, I understand. And of course, grammaticality is also not so easy to define anyway. But because I was just wondering whether the question that was posed to the participants, right? So how was it? Something like, is this, how likely is this sentence to be encountered or something like that?
Yeah.
So of course, that's a useful question, but I was wondering whether there could be other types of questions that would pinpoint more fine-grained linguistic notions, right? So it might be that
Absolutely.
right? So that maybe one of the language models is able to capture more like semantic plausibility, let's say, right? But while another one just assigns high probability to sentences that are more likely at the syntactic level or grammatical level, right? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would be very fascinating. I mean, of course, there are lots of other questions that you could ask, right? And this whole question of the likelihood of sentences is just a starting point. It's a natural starting point because these models are trained on large corpora to learn a probability distribution over sentences. So we're basically evaluating them on exactly what they're optimized to do well, right? They're supposed to understand what is a natural sentence and what is not a natural sentence, and they learn vocabulary and grammar just as a consequence of this optimization objective, right? And so a natural starting point is to also ask our subjects a similar question, but it makes it hard for us to then, so we can evaluate the models, but we don't know exactly why a model fails, right? And as you said, I agree, one model might fail because it doesn't understand English grammar sufficiently. Another model might perfectly have learned English grammar, but not understand what kinds of things are likely to occur in the world and therefore also be expressed in language, right? And this is something that we're starting to look into a little bit to disentangle this after the fact. But it would also be good to do more designed experiments where, you know, the subjects are actually doing different things in order to understand this better for the particular models.
Yeah, I agree. I think in general the methodology is really, really cool and very interesting.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the audience? No. Well, Nico, thank you very much. It was a great talk, and I hope we can see you here in Portugal in another time, another meeting, in another conference. Thank you very much.
That would be great. Thank you so much, Jorge.
Take care. Ciao, ciao. Okay, so we are almost finishing our conference. And to close up the conference, we have the pleasure of having Milcar Cardoso with us. He is here from CISUC, from the Center of Informatics, Systems and Informatics of the University of Coimbra. It's a great pleasure to have you here. And yes, do you need a... Okay. And so it is a great pleasure. This is the kinds of things that we think we should do here, which is invite our colleagues from informatics and computer science and chat with them and see whether we can collaborate and understand each other, and with that advance both of our researches. So I hope that's what we're going to be doing today. And again, it's our great pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Our director asked me to represent the center today, and that's a pleasure to do it. It's a very short thing about our research center and about possible multidisciplinary connections that we are exploring in the last years in our center. The title has a bit to do with our perspective on what is artificial intelligence about. But I will go deeper into that in a minute. First of all, let me just present our research center. It's a Center for Informatics and Systems of the University of Coimbra. The main scientific areas are computer science and engineering. We have 90 PhD researchers integrated in the center. The coordinator is Fernando Boavida Fernandes, and our last evaluation, our last national evaluation was excellent. We live in an ecosystem that we are very proud of. CISUC has strong connections with the Department of Informatics Engineering that provides bachelor's, master's, and PhDs. Some of them multidisciplinary, other more focused on the informatics engineering and computer science. So they is our teaching branch, if you allow me to say it. Then we have also strong connections with the Instituto Pedro Nunes. IPN here is the Technology Transfer Institute of the university. Technology, yes, and we have a laboratory, a specific laboratory in this institute. This institute, for those that don't know, provides laboratories that make the connection with our research. We have researchers there and people hired to conduct applied research. Also has an incubator and so on. CISUC lives in this ecosystem together with several spin-offs. Some of them came from our department and from our research center, and some of them are very known, like Critical Software, like FeedZai, and many others. And FeedZai is a unicorn, is the first unicorn with headquarters in Portugal, which is, for us, we are very proud of it. And the headquarters are in IPN in Coimbra, so it's very nice to see that. Our research center, coming back to our research, our research center has 6 research groups that conduct research in specific areas of computer science and computer engineering. We have one on adaptive computation that mostly focus on machine learning, but also pattern recognition, signal processing, and other areas. Another one is evolutionary and complex systems that that has lots of work on biologically inspired computation. We have one on information systems that develops research around business models, service system design and management, and so on. Another one on software and systems engineering that focus on dependable and secure computing critical software services, scalability, predictability. Communications and telematics, on computer communications, wireless technologies, and so on. And finally, my research center, the research group I belong to, which is this one, Cognitive and Media Systems. We develop research on artificial intelligence, on computational creativity, urban computing, semantic and content-based retrieval, and cognitive and media systems. It's quite a wide research group with lots of interests. I can tell you that we have 4 laboratories. We are organized in laboratories. One of them on artificial intelligence and computational creativity, another one on ambient intelligence, another one on educational technology, and finally another one on computational design and visualization. These are the 4 main streams of activity that we have in our research group. And we come to the theme of my short talk. Well, we work on artificial intelligence, considering it either as a science, because we have to develop and propose theories, methodologies, and so on, but also as an engineering task. We want to build intelligent systems, computer systems that solve problems to people, or at least help people to have a better life. In a way, we look at AI as a way of solving problems and providing good services to people, but also as a way of understanding a bit more about human intelligence. That's why we have, since so long ago, tried to learn from cognitive sciences what people from those areas have been doing in the last century. When we find useful models or useful theories that we think we can apply in our work, we do it, and we have been doing it lots of times. The idea is to build computer models of such theories and apply them in situations, in contexts where humans and computers must interact using AI-based tools in AI-based tasks. I will give you 3 or 4 examples just to give you an idea about this. For instance, computational creativity, which is an area where we have been in whose foundation we were involved since the first time, since the 90s. In computational creativity, we use a lot, and we keep citing and quoting this important book from Margaret Boden, The Creative Mind. Margaret Boden is a cognitive scientist, so we learned with her work many concepts and many ways of specific ways of looking at creativity, and use those proposals from her to develop our area and our programs. But we also quote a lot the Wallace model that was proposed in 26. We use by association that was proposed by Koestler. Guilford is also a reference in creativity, Csikszentmihalyi, and so on. So we try not to reinvent the wheel. We try to borrow from those that have researched on these themes in the last century to develop computational systems. There's an example, a particular example in computational creativity that we in Coimbra have developed a lot, which is to use the conceptual blending theory that was proposed by Fauconnier and Turner to develop a platform that constitutes, or has constituted at the time, at the beginning of this century, maybe the first computer platform that could make conceptual blending in an artificial setup. And this research keeps going. We continue developing around these lines. Taking conceptual blending as a reference, we also have developed programs that make visual blending. In this case, you can see some results from blending, from visually blending a cactus, a pig, and an angel. And the researcher got all these possible combinations, some of these combinations. The same researcher, João Cunha, has applied the same ideas to propose new emoticons by blending existing emoticons and to be able to represent concepts that new emoticons for concepts that are not represented so far. Just a brief note about a nice example. Where is it? Where is the cat? I don't find the cat. Where is it? Yes. Okay. Sorry, I was not finding it. Well, the cat is represented by a mouse and an instrument to look at the mouse, to go to find the mouse. It was a surprising combination that this researcher got for this emoticon, this cat emoticon. Well, this, as I have mentioned, this was some of our research on conceptual blending and visual blending. Another researcher has developed a computational model that uses surprise and curiosity models to explore unknown spaces. It's an artificial agent that explores unknown spaces, guided by notions of surprise and curiosity. He used this initially he used this a model proposed by Ortoni and Partridge on surprise and unexpectedness. And later on, he explored this model proposed by Rainer Reiseisen and other colleagues, which allowed us to publish several works together on developing this model. This is basically the drawing of the models, of the computer models that dialogue in order to decide what to do, the actions to make over the environment. Another interesting work was this one. Maybe one can listen to this. I don't know if the sound is turned on. Possibly not. You can listen. Well, this was an exploration of this model that tries to represent emotions. It was a simplified version of this model. This student developed this system that looks at the Twitter, and classifies each tweet according to its main emotion, and clusters the tweets that are coming according to their emotions. You can see by colors the corresponding tweets. One can go and point each tweet to understand what is there. And in parallel, this information about the emotional content of the tweets feeds a music generation system that tries to express musically the emotional content of the prevalent emotion in the screen. So, well, this is another example of work that borrows from others' research to develop specific computational systems. Well, these are the examples I decided to bring you just to give you an overall idea of our interests. Of course, that for us, we are quite enthusiastic with collaborating with other research centers. That's why we came here, because we hope we can explore somehow, not immediately, I don't believe that these things don't happen because just we want, but maybe this is the start of something. At least we want to transmit to you that we are keen to collaborate and see ways of collaborating with your research center. It will be a pleasure for us. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amilcar. It's reciprocal. We also feel the same. And I guess it's been a long day, and I guess we're all tired. And so, I don't know if there's any questions that we want to ask Amilcar. If not, we can also ask him questions later. In fact, right now, when we go to our social gathering. And that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, especially to the speakers. Thank you very much for coming and for your fantastic talks. And as I said, we now have a social reception outside on the cloisters. And I hope to see you there. Okay? Thank you. Take care.